everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We got ourselves first of our real true Celtic Goddess series. The one that we did last night, the Arachne, kind of became a part of that series. Wasn't originally intended for that. I'm just going after a couple of these little dudes here, and I think we're good to roll now. There we go. This was last night. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Boy, actually, well, look at this. Yeah. So that's about double the size. Nice to see you again, Boise. Hope that you're doing well. So yeah, we painted this last night, and that is about twice the size. I added another one of these again. So basically it just stands there like so. Yeah, that was kind of fun. Obviously it's FDM, right? So, and it's still not the point .2 nozzle. It's still just a point .4 nozzle. But I mean, that's not nothing. That's not nothing. It actually has been It's been doing some really nifty stuff, I gotta say. Get you off to the side there. Now, where's it? Oh, I just had it here. This is what we'll be doing tomorrow on the Saturday stream there. I will have other bus prepped. Who knows? Maybe we get to another one there, Boise. Maybe we get to another one. But yeah, we're gonna start with this right here. This is again base. You can see the two things there. I got this. I mean, it's a little bit big, but oh yeah, there you go. So this is this. That is where it came. Well, just all this stuff. That's pretty much the same thing. That's where it's all coming from. Is from my own artwork there because that's how we're gonna roll. I did take the airbrush to this. This is all just primer. There's no paint on here. It's just primer. Just use different colors of primer because these are actually way more sturdy than I thought. But I just didn't want to have to fool around too much with doing a lot of dry brush stuff on them. Just don't mind that little sound right there. That's me just trying to clean off this lens right here. Alright, I think we're going to begin here with our source lighty stuff. Because, yeah, that's a little bit of a flamey thing right there. Nice to see you there, Landrest. How you doing? Now, Landrest, did you get a chance to head over to Game Castle or anything like that today? Well, you're probably doing that tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, so it's 11:38 here. So it is still technically a happy Friday here. Not for super long, but still technically a happy Friday. I might have to get some more of this out here already because I kind of misjudged on that. Actually, instead of... You know what? I'm going to go different here. Yeah, I'm going to go different. Instead of the flamey stuff, I'm going to say that's a gourd. And that's like a tater there or something. Okay, well, change your plans. We're changing the plans around here. That's what we do sometimes. Which means, okay, that means we change what we're doing on some of this other stuff then, if that is how we're going to roll. Yeah, because that looks, that's more like, yeah, let's do that instead. We'll do the red here stuff too. We'll do that. Let me just grab this guy here. Now, I do have my references up over. Let me just get those going here. No, that's not what we wanted. That's what I wanted. Okay. Let's just start getting some browns and such out here. Burnt umber, perhaps, with some of that. We haven't really seen this combo too much. That's kind of neat. That is the not radiant violet with the umber mixed together. Interesting. Nice to see you again there, Renlor. So Renlar, hopefully we're able to make some more progress on some stuff there for Adepticon things. So Landrest, I did get that video all edited and rendered and stuff like that. I'll upload it after the stream. Part 3, I think, well, I'm going to try to, if I can, film, oh yeah, the thing on the backdrops. Then try, I think Tuesday is when I'll maybe film episode 4. I think so. Either that, I mean, we'll see how we go. Maybe Monday during the day, who knows. That's fantastic there, Indor. Glad you were able to get some stuff done on that. Now, what about this and this? So now we're mixing a lot of stuff with that, with our not radiant violet there. That's for sure. That and then something there. Now Landra. Oh yeah, Landra. Were you done with that? The one figure there? Okay, I thought I had this killed, but I guess not. Now it's killed. Okay. Sorry about that. Now I gotta bring my references back up here. Somebody's all of a sudden sent me a whole bunch of messages. 1 second here. That is not what I was looking for. Okay, that's more like it. Not what I wanted. 1 second. There we go. Okay, so I got my references back now. Armored Wolf, if you wanted to share links to the dice bags or something like that, please go ahead and do that. Let me grab these two things. And a little bit of a red here. A little more of that. And a little more of that. Okay, I think we got ourselves mostly what we want here. There we go. Like that. So again, this was just various primer colors that I just threw out here. Nothing terribly, yeah, nothing earth-shattering, that's for sure. Let's go all the way around. All the way around, yes, got it. Our Wheatses here. Let's do some stuffs with the Wheatses. Ombre. I'm gonna mix me a little bit of that Mars. Well, not Mars Yellow Deep. Mars Yellow Deep. There we go. So we'll see. I might I might have a couple of things. I know I already got the bust version of this ready to rock and roll for tomorrow. I don't know if we would be able to paint that and our Morrigan bust, but maybe we give that a try. I don't know. Either that or I will actually. I probably wouldn't want to do the Lancelot one at the same time, but let's see. I printed out the. Oh, I printed out. Actually, I've got the bust version of this printed out now too. Well, it's printed. We'll see how it turned out. Those are sometimes two entirely different things. Now, Armored Wolf, if you wanted to share the dice bags and stuff in the chat, why don't you go ahead and do that? We got eyeballses. You should go do that. So I got a little bit of the umber, a little bit of this Mars Yellow Deep. So that's another part of our trend of these semi-opaque glazes that we've been doing here of late. Nice to see you there, Conrads. Hope that you're doing well there, Conrads. Of course, happy Saturday to you. Nah, give me a little touch of that. Little touch of that. I also, oh, that's right. I printed out the cyber version of this with, so instead of all just wheat and other stuff like that, you actually have the fiber optic cables, all the kinds of transistor circuitry, all that good stuff. I don't know if all the Celtic Goddesses really will translate to the Cyberthurian universe quite in the same way. Morrigan worked out well. Bridget here worked out well. Actually, Arachne worked out really well. I mean, the whole World Wide Web thing and all. Nice to see you there, Camda. Sorry about that, Conrads. That's yet another. I'm sure that's another thing just kind of popping up out of nowhere. No, maybe not. No, I don't think so. I think you might have mentioned that before, right, Conrads? I don't think that's an out of nowhere kind of thing. Well, no matter what, they're Conrads. We're all wishing the best for you there. And again, hopefully, maybe it is something that is just kind of one of those things comes up, is doable, all that good stuff. Yeah, those are not easy situations, no matter how they go. So you can see I'm just throwing some of the darks in here. So Camda, I just threw a couple of different primer colors on this. I was doing something else at the same time. I thought, okay, fine. Especially with this stuff here, I just thought, instead of doing all of the dry brushy stuff on that and maybe snap a few off, I just said, no, okay, here, well, let's just do some of this primer stuff on there. A couple of different colors, some light colors, some dark colors, no big deal. Nothing crazy. Actually, Camden, did you get a chance to stream last night? I know you were talking about doing that. Unfortunately, if you did, that was probably when my sister was here. So yeah, if you were doing that, kind of when I thought you might be doing that, yeah, I was. The sister had come here, so wasn't able to participate. Camden, it's not actually pre-glaze. It's what we normally do. It's just I'm not dry brushing the stuff on there because, like I was saying, over the course of several days, I was worried that I was going to be snapping these things off. So yeah, I was super worried about that can. I just figured, why not just since I was doing the other stuff, like I said, I thought why not just hit it with the primer. So yeah, Camden, that's why I wasn't there. Yeah. Now, if you had streamed for maybe 3 hours, I might have been able to might have been able to catch the end of that. Let me see if I can shove that in a little further. Okay. The rest of this is kind of a whatever. I'm going to take me some of this. I'm going to take me some of this. It's almost like a violet color here. Violet gray or something. That'll just go out here. I just want to get me something on there. Now the skin tone, it's not quite set the way I would like it to be, but maybe close enough. Now there you go. Actually, Conrads, I was going to ask you last night if you were on your 80th, because that was like, I think you got to be pretty darn close to 80. So again, Conrads, wishing you all the best. Hopefully, again, that is something that can be sort of managed without too much difficulty. So yep, there's the 8. I kind of thought you were already at that or something, but there you are. You're at 80. Look at that. No, that's not really going to do too much. That's a little too gigantic. Let's go to something else here. Maybe one of you guys here. Well, Camden, no matter what, I hope that it was fun. Oh, Camden, I've got that same yellow out here, or the same Naples yellow out here that we were using. I almost said the Winsor Newton one. No, this is the Paul Rubens one. Well, actually, what are you at there, Camden? Are you at, say, 83 or something? I don't know. I think you and Arid and Valfera are maybe at 85 or at 83 or something. Yeah, just starting to work in some of our lighter skin tone here. Lighter skin tone there.
So say we all.
Someone summoned Valfera. That was Conrad. Yes, Valfera, you were summoned. Thanks, Valfera. Appreciate that. Oh, jeez, we got this sitting out here again. There we go. Thanks, Cam. Thanks, Valfera. Appreciate that. So I was close to 83, so it's 82. So appreciate that. Thanks, Valfera. So Valfera, sorry I wasn't able to get you the images there. I was very, very busy actually. Well, there was new images made, so I was busy kind of dealing with the. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer on this. Now that we're starting to get down to this, I will zoom in a little bit closer here. So again, thanks. Appreciate that, Valfera. Hopefully, again, no new mustard incidents today or anything like that. We're gonna do this next on the fabric here. Trying to do a little bit of, again, this is sort of a dry brushy stuff here. And again, a little bit of a different approach on this. We did not do the lighter dry brushy stuff. We kind of had some of that in place already via just airbrushing some primer on there. So that's we kind of saved a few minutes there, Velfair. What would you say, Velfair? Maybe 12 to 15 minutes or so. We probably would have been doing the lighter dry brush stuff on here before we started doing the glazy things. There we go. Underside of that. Underside of the chin over here. Now, this is about as much as we can do. Yeah, that's about it. As far as the skin goes, gotta move on to something else. And this has all conveniently set for us. So let's go back to that interesting little mixola here of the umber and the, well, we got our skin tone in there as well, but the umber and the radiant sort of violet color there. Nice to see there, Switchblade. Is it a happy? I think it's not quite a happy Saturday for us yet, Velfair. It's almost. We just got a few minutes left. And again, you can see the references down in the corners. This was one of the very first of my Celtic Goddess paintings that I did back in the day, so it really makes sense that it should be one of the first, the true Celtic Goddess miniatures that I do. Yeah, we also have the bust version of this ready to rock and roll. Is that going to be? Yeah, so not quite a gold for the to trim on this stuff. I've got one of my magnetized plinter, big old magnet goes in the bottom of this thing. All of these plints you see like this, they all have magnet holes in the bottom. So Vilfra, I'll show you I printed out that large version of Arachne that I was talking about on stream. That worked out pretty darn well in FDM, I gotta say. I'll show you that in a bit. Let me get this going here. There we are. Okay, now back here, same deal. It's let's get that up in there too. Yep. There. Here. So Camden, there will be some natural, what would you say, natural flow points on every miniature where, I mean, unless it's a super, super duper pin line wash, it should just kind of stop. Like here, you can see it kind of stopped here, right? Now it's going to keep flowing down into the recesses down in the base, of course. Did I get, nope, didn't get this yet. Now there we go. So yeah, Camden, there's even just in the last episode that you'll be seeing here, that episode 3, and I did it on a couple of recent videos too, and actually a bunch of recent streams where I said, well, look at this, it's nowhere near a pinline wash. Remember the phrase, it's sort of a pinline wash? It's most of the way to a pinline wash. That whole idea of most of the way to a pinline wash is to keep it from, well, doing what pinline washes do, right? Because, well, that little thing called capillary action, right? Stuff's gonna be racing all over the place, won't it? That's what was it? Oh yeah, pinline washes are great until that's not what you want, right, Camda? It's pretty much everything in the kitchen sink because there's some of the skin tone on here. You kind of have mostly the Paul Rubens not radiant magenta, not radiant violet with burnt umber. Yeah, with burnt umber. And there's actually a little bit of the skin tone, whatever, when we were doing the skin tone there, whatever of that got onto the brush. Actually, we just need to carry some of that down into here anyways. Nice to see you there, Newton. Yeah, well, it's 1 minute to a happy Saturday here. So thanks for joining us, Newton. Appreciate that. So here is what we did last night. This was very fun. Now look at this, Valfira. It's not. I was gonna go bigger with this, but this was only a 15-hour print, believe it or not. And also, I did the same thing I did on the other one. I put this little platform here, so now it's just gonna stand like so. It's almost like a bookend. Yeah, it's almost like a bookend. Maybe Valfira, I should do that with all the Arthurian stuff. Print them out real big as like bookends like that. I mean, they're heavy enough, even enough to, and if this is wide enough, actually, I'm kind of liking that idea, Velfira. Yeah, so that is the difference in size. It's 2 times the size. Here, okay, we got it basically aligned. So it's about not quite double the size. Thanks, Newton. Appreciate. Oh, thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. Where did there's our brush there. So now this will actually, now I'm going to go with a little bit more of the whites because, yeah, I don't want it to get too pinkish because then it's really just going to be like, well, the skin tone. So again, this is a little, not just a little bit lighter. This is a lot lighter. Look at that. And look what's happening. Yeah, that was easy enough, right, Camda? Now, obviously, there'll be stuff to clean up on that thing, Velfira, but it's FDM. It was pennies on the dollar for materials. It's pretty darn sturdy. Now, you wouldn't necessarily want to hit it with a hammer, but I think it's a little bit sturdier than a resin version, wouldn't you say? So that's, I've been really pleased with how these have been printing out large scale. I really, these are all test prints. I mean, this is a test print. Everything that I'm doing, everything you see me painting here, these are all test prints. Now, of course, probably not tomorrow, but Sunday, one of the many things I'll be doing Sunday is actually messing around with modeling clay to create the, essentially for our next Haraj couple of ships there. I'm going to go in and I'm going to be making clay mock-ups for our Haraj ships that hopefully I'll be painting on Monday. Hey there, Bogus. How you doing? Well, oh, now it's a happy Saturday for both of us there, Velfira. It is now a happy Saturday. There. So again, we're what 27 minutes in here? Yeah, 27 minutes ago. This had well no paint on it, right? Again, that's kind of it's drifted a little bit close to the skin tone there. We might be we will be kind of interjecting maybe a little bit more of a yellowish tan type of stuff into the fabric here. Probably some greens too, because reasons. So great to see you there, Bogus. Hopefully the day was decent enough for you. Come on, a little more there. Now here, and again, the other thing that's handy about this, there's some stuff kind of in the way here, so now we don't really have to be fighting around to get there. Nope, Bogus. None of these are Lord of the Rings. This is another one of my Celtic Goddess series. It's based off of, like all my other Arthurian stuff, it's based off of one of my own paintings. This is one of the very first Celtic Goddess paintings that I ever did. So there you go. That's the original painting, and that's been done, oh my gosh, I don't know how many times I did that on Celtic drums. At least, again, at least 3 times for sure. I know for sure 3, possibly as many as 4. Wouldn't be surprised if it was 4. And then, of course, all these Cyberthurians that we have been doing. We've already done Nimue. We've already done Guinevere. Where was... Oh, yeah, this was our figure last Friday. Was our Cyber Guinevere. We'd have to get some hairy feet down there too, Camdo, right? Wouldn't be a true hobbit without the hairy feet. Yeah, let's do that too. Cam, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff in the chat there, but you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Renlor, if you wanted to share some things in the chat, you know the deal. You have to go ahead and share some things. Actually, Velfair, if you want to share either the dragon or actually Velfair, when's the last time you shared the really giant hand? Because you had all the lights in that, right? The LEDs and stuff. I don't remember when's the last time you shared that. It's probably been a long time. Nah, 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 nah. Let me grab. Maybe I'll use this as a blending brush. Yeah, that's good. There we go. Little blending brush action there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. So Switchblade, yeah, there's, like you were saying, not a whole bunch of white. Now, white might end up in some of the mixes, but we have, well, we call them the Radiant Colors. Now, there's actual Radiant Colors. They're made by Gamlin, but then we have things like this right here. So you got things like that. You got things like this. So these kind of act as tinted white, if that makes any sense there, Switchblade. Yeah, think of those as a white that is kind of tinted. We have some other ones here again. Think of these as really light colors, but they're not white. Right, so they have a little bit of tint to them, but they're not just straight out white. And of course, we have our Morrigan set to go. I was tempted to do this one next week here, our Morrigan. So who knows? You might. Again, I'm not quite sure how things will work out. We also we have our Ariadne here. I also have the miniature of this printed out too. So the miniature of that is ready. Oh, we also have the. Gee whiz! I forgot we got all these too. Yeah. So there might be one or two of these, and there's the Ariadne bas relief right there. Actually, this one's kind of interesting. Yeah, this one. This is Marty and I. This is when we did that team tournament. That's actually a picture of us. Switchblade. Now that's the handy thing is we call them basically blending brushes. Oh, it is the same old craft brush. It just has no paint on it. And also too, consistency makes a difference too. Now we got a little bit of thinner on the brush. See, that already changes. Wow, that little bit of consistency change. If I just had the same consistency on that, it might have just mostly rubbed off the paint that was on there. There we go. Let me get that. There. All right. Now, one more shot there. Okay. Well, okay. That wasn't supposed to be that much lighter. I guess it's going to be now. Because it just wants to be, I suppose. So bogus. Well, let's see. Wait a minute. I mean, we were just doing this thing on Saturday, right? That's bone dry. I mean, that's not like tacky or something like that. It's bone dry. We were still painting that on Saturday. Oh, here we go. This is we were painting this last night. And look at that. You don't see a whole lot of paint there, do you? And again, this was not even 24 hours. This is maybe like as recently as 18 hours ago, I was still painting on that. So again, well, this is a good example. Where'd she go? There she is. This is always a good example. Minus the dust. Okay, we put ourselves up. Okay, that's got thinner on it. Let's just use this as a pointer then. So we put some our turquoise over here. We put some magenta over there. We grabbed another brush that had no paint on it, something that was kind of soft, smushy, whatever. And then we just blended those two together. There was a color here, there was a color here. Third brush with no paint on it. Blends those two together. Well, Camden, right? Especially with some of the Paul Rubens, it starts drying on the palette. We actually have to start putting our little dabs of little drops of thinner in there, right? Like the fluoros, right? We got to do it with those and the not radiant colors. So bogus. Well, even here, right? Look at that. See, you can see that was not slightly lighter. That was significantly lighter. What do we? We have 36 minutes into this. 36 minutes in. Now this actually got a little bit of blue in there. This is a little bit of tinted blue right here. Gonna get that up here. Hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers, right, Velfira? And this is essentially a dry brush kind of a stroke right there. It's basically a dry brush. More that here. So you can see down here, we're not really messing with much of anything, are we? We let our darker glaze stuff do the trick down there. Yeah, maybe we'll get a little something on there. So right over here, we got kind of a funky little edge there. Oh, here we go. Look at this. There's another one of these with no paint on there. We do a bunch of stipply stuff there. Shazam, it's like an airbrush, but not an airbrush. So in there, that's where you have the ultra light brush stroke, like what we're doing here. Again, very, very light brush stroke there. Also, don't be hasty. Don't be a hasty little hobbit, right, Camden? If you're a hasty little hobbit and you don't allow that paint time to set, well, you do run a much higher chance of basically just scraping off what's there. So yeah, it's this combination of kind of getting after things, but also letting things have a chance to set. You kind of need to do them both. Actually, Switchblade, if you wanted to share any stuff there in the chat, especially you got oil painted things, it's always great for people to see stuff. So bogus, the first thing that we would do. I remember my. Oh, they're over here. This is always the first thing there, bogus, is to do stuff like this. Just do things like these color charts here. They show you a whole bunch of different things. Lots of different things. They'll tell you maybe how, see, all these colors are very flat, right? They're not very shiny. You can see some of them are stronger than other ones. You can see this one has a little bit of a shine to it, but it's also super, super opaque. You can see with these here, this is supposedly the same color, two different brands. Well, that looks real different. This one's very strong. This is the Elkid version, not so strong. You can see here, again, the Radiant Violet is stronger than the Alkyd version here. So you do those kind of things. This is just some little illustration board, little pieces of illustration board right there. Also, and this is good with acrylics too. I mean, it's just whatever. It doesn't have to be only oil paints. But you do something like this, it's a value study. One light color, one dark color. It could be a light whatever and a light, a dark blue. It could be a dark green and a light something else. The other thing too, bogus. Let's say you got 10,000 Schmeishmarine shoulder pads just sitting around on a sprue, not doing anything that you're never going to do anything with. Well, you could just shoot some primer on those, and then you just paint on those, right, Bogus? I mean, what's the loss? You're probably never going to use them. You don't have any kind of stress of like, oh, it's a miniature, it's got to be perfect or something like that. So you kind of take away some of the stress. You can do all kinds of stuff on there, not worry about it. You could just prime over it and do the same thing again. Now that is the one bummer about the Alkids, right, Camda, is that they just are not gonna have that same oomph. Now look at this. Look what's happening with the skin tone there. See that? That's happening. But here, we'll do it again. Renlor, what'd you say? This has been about 10-ish minutes, maybe a little bit more, maybe 12 since I last did anything on the skin tone. Remember I said we had to leave this alone? Yeah, we were doing stuff on here, and it's like, nope, can't do anymore. Gotta let that set. Well, Boise, I hope that's working out well. And of course, Boise, again, you want to share some stuffs in the chat or whatevs. That is just fine. I mean, you could use pieces of cardboard too there, Bogus. I mean, anything it's generally easier with something that's paper. Now, I will say that if it's some kind of paper type of thing, tends to be easier. It's also more absorbent too. And you also don't want to just use tons and tons of paint on it. You don't really need to do that. But with all the color theory and oils episodes that I have, of which, gosh, there's got to be, what, 70 of them or something like that? I don't know. There's a lot. The first thing we do is always the color charts. It's always the first thing. That's great, Boise. It's like you kind of wait and wait and wait for the big sale, like the Prime Day or Black Friday or something like that, right? When they're typically about $63 for the 38 colors there. And again, that's a U.S. thing. Other places prices might be different. So down here we can't really do a whole bunch because there's a lot more of the glazy stuff, right? Because, well, this is lower. A lot of the glaze stuff just went, well, down there. Now you can see the hair still got some shiny stuff, right? Well, so we're not going to really fool around with that too much because there's some of the shiny stuff. We might be able to do a little bit of stuff in our Vigi tables here. We might do some stuff there. And of course, the oils on terrain is really fabulous because, well, that is one way to get that paint absorbed in there real quick. The oils, of course, are far more resilient. They are much more resilient. They are much stronger than their other paints by, well, orders of magnitude, which is fabulous for terrain because, well, by its very nature, it's going to maybe get a little bit beat up there. More of our lighter stuff here. Some out of flowers, just for now. They might change some colors over time, but for right now, we're just going to hit them like so. And some of those also there's just a little bit of the glaze in there. It's actually mixing what's on the brush, so that's why we go back and we refresh the brush. Boise, this was, well, now what, 2024, I think it was, yeah. Or was it 23? I think it was 2023, maybe. I painted this mural. The only time I ever painted a mural was basically the Shire, essentially Bag End. And the folks, they were all set to hear that I'd used 20 tubes of paint or something like that. This thing was, what, 134 by 96 inches or something like that. And they were very shocked when I showed them, what, a tube and a half of paint. That's basically what I used to paint something that was several feet wide by several feet high. bogus since there's well, I'm always trying something new. That's the other thing too. If you just do the same stuff over and over and over again, it's going to seem an awful lot like, well, a job. A job that not only do you not get paid to do, it's one that you pay to do. You're like, okay, I kind of do the same repetitive stuff at the job. I don't want to do the same repetitive stuff in my fun time. And I've seen so many people just give up on miniature painting because, well, they were just kind of doing the same old thing over and over again for years. And eventually they just said, nah, forget it. Not interested in this anymore. I'll do something else. Which, of course, is kind of a sad thing to see because some they were pretty darn good at what they did. They were good. They had no more interest in it anymore because they said, okay, this is my method. This is what I do. I will do this way forever. And it didn't take forever to get really bored with that. Now, as far as what I'm doing here, right, Velfira? Every hour is something new. The ability for me to be able to make these things has only emerged in the last few weeks. I would have had no knowledge of how to make these things just a matter of days ago. So it is constant discovery, but you only make that discovery by, you got to be willing to take the stuff that goes with that, which is mishaps. Right, Camda? If you're gonna, the voyage of discovery can have a few, it can have some moments to it, and you have to be willing to work your way through those. So yeah, now there's actually this we did we did this on stream. Well, we sculpted this and painted this on stream. That's right. We also, I mean, that's just a physical sculpt thing that I did out of Sculpey and epoxy sculpt. But all of these, like I was showing earlier, these are all made from my original paintings that I did years ago. Now, let's see. How many weeks have I been trying to learn Blender now? That's been the latest thing, trying to learn that. Everybody check out that link that Boise just shared. So again, Boise, I'm really glad that they've been working out for you. So I think you can see, Velfira, why I just said, you know what? Why don't I just spray some of the primer down in there, some of the darker primer. Really glad that I did that. Let's see. Oh yeah, and there are Harad ships here. So I'm going to be making some modeling clay mock-ups for the other classes of Harad ships there, and then we'll turn those into printable files. Now you can see, look at that. See that darker stuff on the end of the brush? That's the darker glaze. That's also sitting out here on the end of the brush. This is mostly the Naples yellow and the, well, for all intents and purposes, Mars yellow deep. Let me do this. I think there was the Galadriel wood. We also sculpted a whole bunch of eagles. Oh yeah, and then there was all of our Rohan stuff. So this is one where just a regular old Rohan soldier. We cut off the head. We get a new cloak, new head, hair, and then sculpted the banner. We did five of those Royal Guard. Where's the? Oh, here's. Well, let me move some of this stuff out of the way so we can get to our beefy chiefy here. 1 second. I think now I can get him without knocking everything over. There he is. So that was an old Reaper Bones figure that we transformed into a troll chieftain Easterling style. See, all the armor, helmet, all that stuff, all the cloth and everything, that all was sculpted on there. We did that on stream. That is on the YouTube channel somewhere. So again, just doing our little dry brushy thing. However, it's not just a dry brushy thing, because all of this stuff is very much wet. Yes, indeed. And you can see we're getting a whole different range of colors on our wheat fronds here, because there was some changes that we did as we were doing the glaze stuff on this. We changed some of the colors along the way. It's interesting, Camda, when the one thing about the kind of doing that little bit of pre-painting with the primer, that primer painting, is it does let me do a little almost like pre-glaze as far as just like adjusting the colors and such. You know, switching out the different glazy colors. Now we lose the ability to do the mixing, so that's why I do enjoy that, being able to kind of mix along the way as we're actually putting the, you know, the darker glazes in there. But here we're kind of going, well, again, the opposite way now. Even the darker primer method, the whole reason that even exists is because of the Tomb Kings. Because there was no way, right, Cam, to... Then these were some of the first ones. Oh, it was Shabti. Then we did these, right? There's no way you're doing traditional pre-glaze on that. Doesn't matter what kind of makeup sponges you got, right, Velfair, and however small you cut them. That was not going to work. Now here, again, I can only do so much on this. I'm kind of reaching the end of what I can do with these things. I'm going to have to let them sit for at least 20 minutes, maybe 25, 30 minutes before I do any more fooling around with these wheat fronds now. They're kind of entering the phase where it's like, gotta leave them alone. Gotta give this paint a chance to set. Cannot be a hasty hobbit. Doing that here. Now, if you remember the miniature from last night, was a little different story, because it was just so heavy with the reds. And reds are just, they can be a really weird color to work with. No doubt about it. Now, they require extra time to set. So now, this would have been handy if I was doing like a second one or something. Would have given it that much more time to set. But we had to use the darker reds as a transparent dry brush glaze. Yeah, and you heard that right. Dry brush glaze. Nice to see you there, Arda Michael. So Arda Michael, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Great to see you there, Arda Michael. Bogus, it's if you're kind of new to things, maybe just work on stuff that is also a little bit simpler, especially with the oil paints. Things that have big, wide open surfaces. Well, maybe things that have cloaks or something, even something like this. I mean, that's some relatively big open surfaces. Maybe you don't do the freehand on the banner. Maybe you don't do the freehand on the cloth, but there's some bigger open surfaces there that you can work on. I mean, terrain also. Well, there you go. Yeah, terrain also is another thing that has, well, guess what? Lots of big open surfaces. So maybe that might be also a good idea. And then there was the Space Marine sprues, you know, with the Schmeesh Marine sprues with all kinds of stuff on there that you'll probably never use. Extra bolters, extra shoulder pads and helmets and all that kind of stuff. Just spray some primer on those or brush some primer on those, whatever. And again, you could use those as you know, again, little training exercises or something. Everybody check out, they now have their snow bases. Check out the link that Arda Michael just posted there. So Bogus here, we always recommend to folks, if you are new to the oil paints, the thing you probably don't want to do is say, I got 75,000 points of an apocalypse-sized Smash Marine army. Now I'm going to do that all in oils. It's like, but you really haven't painted anything in oils yet. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That typically doesn't end super well for folks. So again, maybe start a little smaller scale than the apocalypse-sized army that's like 10 people's armies in one. But I've seen people do it, or think they're gonna do it. Yeah, I've seen people think they're gonna do it. Ooh, we got our chromium oxide green out here, Camda. Can't be letting that just sit there and not use it. Can't be doing that. Yeah, Boise, now again, when we're doing our regular kind of pre-glaze stuff, we certainly have those. Rendler, hopefully I mean, aside from maybe some anxious moments or something like that, hopefully it is kind of saving some time or creating some opportunities, maybe to find out some new things. Now you'll learn some stuff real quick. That's for sure. We hit that now. So like Camden was saying, and Camden, you got. I mean, some of those are pretty big, right? The ones that you're painting there. I mean, like real big, and they got some pretty wide open surfaces, wouldn't you say there, Camden? But yeah, just maybe start out nice and easy on yourself there. Don't make it too difficult right out of the gate. Now, again, for me, there is no just, oh well, okay, that didn't work out. I'll just do something else. It's here. It's desperation is the mother of invention, and there is no, well, I just won't do that. Nope, it all has to be done one way or another. But for regular folks, they don't have to worry about that. So no sense in making your painting that level of strain when it's really not necessary. You want it to, again, like we were talking about earlier, you want it to stay a fun thing because things that are not fun can be avoided really easily, right, Camja? You can find a bazillion things to do, all of which are legit, instead of doing it's like, oh, I got to do this, and this. I'll do miniature painting tomorrow. And then after 7 months of tomorrows, you haven't painted miniatures in 7 months. Yeah, that's how I remember that one. I remember that one, Camda. Yeah, Bogus, I wasn't kidding. I think you heard earlier the story about it's not a story. There's multiple folks I know that they were painting miniatures before I was. We're talking they were painting miniatures back in the 90s. They sort of got away and then they never deviated from that, which I mean there's an understandable part of that too. But because they never deviated from it, it got a little bit old. And by a little bit old, they just kind of got to the point where they just didn't want to look at miniatures anymore. X3, like we've been talking, I don't know how long you've been in here, but one of the things we kind of emphasize is letting that paint have a chance to set. Now here, this trim stuff, nothing's been worked on there for 47-ish minutes or more. Which means if I do something on there, it should stick pretty well. Well, we're gonna put it to the test. Let's find out. Yeah, look at that. Nice and easy because that has had a chance to set. And what are we talking about? A dry brush kind of motion. Just like we're doing some dry brushy here. In fact, wouldn't you say that the vast majority, right, Landress, hasn't almost everything here either been a dry brush or a glaze? And it's mostly just glaze. Look at that. See that? No problem there. See that there's actually Boise. I hope you don't mind if I kind of use that as an example for folks because that's a great story there. And I've heard so many stories like that, Bogus. Lots of folks are just, yeah, this is the first time I've been interested in painting in a long time. So yeah, I hope you don't mind if I add you to the list of folks that just say, hey, you know what, this oil paint thing, uh, yeah, there's stuff to learn, but boy, oh boy, is it exciting. Now, we'll also have, you know what, we'll use this one. A Tale of Two Film Noirs, right, Renlor? So here, I think that's probably the area where we're mostly going to see it, because again, this the color range here a little bit more compressed, but like the leafy bits and all that kind of stuff, it all mixes, it's all blended together. It's all the same level. None of this is lighter or darker, but when we bring back the color, like you do, all of a sudden, even at these early stages, the leaves, the flowers, and that, and the dress, there's enough difference in color. It's not a value thing. It's a color thing. Now let us grab this here. And all of the translucent cloth, it's not a value thing, it's a color thing. Because now Wraith Nimue here, well, look at that. That's just lights and darks. When you bring back the color, what you got yourself the translucent cloth. Because we got blues and turquoise, we got some cyan there, we got some violet there, and then finally into the gold. Why? Because the hair. So again, the reason that looks translucent, not a value thing, it is a color thing. Because right there, it just looks like fabric. Wraith fabric, nonetheless. And well, doing that film noir. Oh, and again, there's a big old magnet gonna go in there. Here, we'll show you. Looky there, look at that. That thing is again like an inch and an eighth wide. That's gonna be sitting in there. Where are we at? There it is. There it is. So yeah, Cam. I mean, it's also kind of a no stress way of painting, right? I mean, I'm literally just doing little dry brushy stuff there. Whatevs. No big deal. No big deal. Yeah. We'll get a little bit of that down in here. Also, too. Now, here's another thing. On stream, you always see me. Everything is wet into wet, right? Because it's all in one stream. However, not just our army painting series, but even stuff like this. Okay, this was a three-part series. This was a three-part series that ultimately led to, and again, this is another one of my figures here. All of these things will be, these are all test prints. I'm trying to figure out, are these a good enough print to share it with everybody on the Patreon page? Now, those color chart things also contain these. So there was it episode 2? Yeah. Episode 2, this is mostly what we were doing, was just this. Was working out the freehand. There was little or no painting on here. I think whatever painting there was just to finalize things like the face and this other stuff that had nothing to do with the freehand. Then this was, I think we transferred also maybe in episode 3 or something, and then did the final painting. But it dried in between, so you don't have to do the oil paint as a wet into wet. It is not essential. There's some things that you won't maybe be able to do if it's not wet into wet, but again, that's not the end of the world. So Arda Michael, yeah, I haven't I'm sure they've changed the Chaos Dwarf team. That was technically my first team was a Chaos Dwarf team. It wasn't actually the Lizard Men. That was tactically my second team. The Juno Icebergs. Those were my first Blood Bowl team there. So yeah, Reap, that is super important there. To again wait, and we've been doing the same thing here. There's parts here, like the stuff in the flowers. I could maybe go back in there and do some things in the flowers. See, I can actually start think about doing some stuff on the skin tone again, because that has also had a chance to set. However, there's another place we're gonna go first. See how there's still even now there's a little bit of shiny in there. What have we not done anything with since the glazy stuff? Oh yeah, that would be the hair, because we're waiting for that all to set. In order to Michael, I've never seen the corn Blood Bowl. Yeah, I've never actually seen that. Well, it's been a long time. Blood Bowl was a long time ago. Last time I played that again, with any kind of regularity was 2007. Yeah, that's it. Well, looky here. What surprise, surprise. What are we doing? We're doing dry brush stuff. Oh, thanks, Bogus. That was yeah, again, a recent 3-part series on the Patreon page. Here, let's do this. There we go. Again, that's all just a very, 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 very simple dry brushy thing going on. Here we are. Yeah, Artemichael Highland files, they tend to be very clean. Well, Andres knows all about Highland miniatures files. They tend to be pretty darn clean. They tend to print up really, really well. So see that little bit? I mean, we took one color. There was no mixes or anything. It was literally just well, there was a little bit of the Indian red. Terra roasted a little bit of the Indian red. Other than that, that's it. So that was the our wraith there, Camda. So again, GW 20 some odd years ago did some not so fantastic metal renditions of the named ring wraiths, but nobody's ever done them before they became a wraith. So this is this right here is the Shadow Lord. Again, just based on the lore of that character. Nah, Landra's painting some of those Highlands right now. Let me move this here. There we go. I'm going to change some of these around because reasons. No. Give me some of the Indian yellow. There we go. That's maybe a little better there. And they're usually pretty sturdy, right, Artemichael? Not lots of fragile little bits on them. Tend to be one piece, which is also very good. Get more of this out of here, and we're gonna let's roll with something like this. Where's our Indian? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there we are. Maybe get that more yellow. I forgot that we actually had this kind of variety here. Where's that? Orange. Sorry, more of the Indian yellow there. Boom, there we go. So again, making a change. Look at that, more color. More splash o' color. Not a bad thing. Let me throw in. See, there's some of that glaze. That's been what, an hour or something, maybe even an hour since I was doing that. But then there's still part of it that's really, well, still pretty glazy. So yeah, but with I mean, you can really see right how that it happen. It escalates quickly, does it not? It escalates quickly. Now we can also start to here. Let's grab this. Nice to see you there, Papillon. Happy Saturday there, Papillon. Great to see you, of course. Here's hoping you had yourself an excellent day. I just need to start marking a little something there for the lighter portion of the eyes. We need something there so that we can, yeah, now we can kind of see, okay, what do we need to do for some of this here? Let's get a little, I'm going to go more the violet here on this. Yep, little something more violet on that. A little more over there. Maybe even more towards the blue here. Like that. Take away some of the yellow over there. Thanks, Papillon. Oh, here, check this out. So, you saw the thing we were painting last night. Well, overnight, we printed a much larger version of that. So, yeah, and it's about twice the size, at least. Maybe 2.25 times the size. And, well, that's going to be super fun. And it also just kind of sits on the table because I basically just put this little cube on the, well, a rectangle on the bottom of it. Let me try. Let me see if we can actually get away with a little bit of this on some of the. Yeah. I'm gonna put that on some of the petals here that I would like to be. Yeah, let's do some of these guys. Not all of them, just some. So yeah, Camden, that's what I was starting to think is we've got all these other ones, right? And some of these would make, if I put that same thing on the bottom, right? I mean, some of these already, look at how thick that is on the bottom already, right? That's not a terrible bookend right there. Me, there we go. Oh, and of course there was this one too. Another one of our Cyberthurian things. It's got the little shelf on the bottom. Bam, there you go. So that, yeah, it's a whole new thing. It's a whole new thing. Bookends, yeah. That is the last thing I ever thought I would be doing in terms of miniatures. There, Michael, was making bookends. Yes, if you had told me back when I was at the academy, yeah, you'll basically be sculpting bookends. I would have said whatever you've got lit up there. Woof. I'm not sure I want any of that. It might be a little too strong. You know what? Yeah, I'll go lighter on that too. We'll go light on some of these, and maybe this one. Who knows? We might change it back too. It could happen. Let me do this. Yeah, so, well, do I have my Morrigan in here? I do have, yeah, here we go. We have a Dice Tower version of our Morrigan bust here. Yeah, we have a dice tower version, or a dice tower version of our Cylon Centurion. Yeah. Valfira, the way this is going, well, weren't we talking about 3D printing entire buildings, right? I think actually, Valfira, didn't you send me that video of the concrete, the concrete 3D printer? Yes, it'll be one-to-one terrain. Valfira, one-to-one terrain eventually. Yep. There. Now, I won't take some of this, some of you. Now, this is a bit more on the glazies. It's not a pin line wash. This is like maybe only 60% thinner. It's just so that it flows there. That's all I'm looking to do is that. Let's do this right here. More of these right down in the center there. We got a couple of translucent colors on this, that's for sure. So you can see Canada, that's sort of glazy, but you can see it's not wandering on all over the place, right? I mean, it's thin. It is definitely thin. Remember, you can thin the oils, you can't dilute them, right? That still has the intensity of the original, even though there's a whole bunch of thinner in it. Look at this. We'll do it again. Bam. Keeps that intensity. Same over there. Another round. Right there. The here. Let us see if we can get the next lighter stuff going on with the hair. I'm gonna, instead of the Toro Rosa, I'm gonna do this. I am gonna do this right here. So this will, I don't know about the, not so sure about that Naples yellow. I think we'll stay away from that for now. Let's just see what we got here. Look at this. We just turned that into a filbert style brush there. Valfair, what was interesting was that Morrigan one. There was supports all over the place. That Erecta, you would have figured that one would have had a ton of supports, right, Valfair? There, I don't want to say there were no supports, but there was way less than I thought. And that's again that what is it called? Not fine. I think it's called Slim. Yeah, Slim Tree Supports. That is what it's called. I'm actually going back to yeah, even more of just kind of the Windsor red in there. And what are we at? So we're at 1 hour 18 minutes. Yeah, that is 1 hour 18 minutes. Still doing dry brushy stuff. 1 hour 18 minutes in. Doing this some more. Well, hopefully not all the extra muscles that go with that, right, Valfira? Leaving that a little bit on the darker side down there. Look at, see that darker paint that's mixing in? We got to refresh that brush. Super light brush stroke. Super light brush stroke. Now that class that I'm doing at Adepticon, the first thing that you're going to do will be color charts. Armored Wolf and friends were kind enough to be the test guinea pigs for that class, and that worked out really well. doing the code chart things first. Armored Wolf, if you wanted to share links to, of course, the fabulous dice specs in the chat. I don't know if you've had a chance to do that yet during the stream. Armored Wolf Productions, not just dice bags. We talk about them all the time, but remember, there's journal covers, even wearable stuff like, say, barrettes. So X, there's pretty much zero. Yeah, at this point, right now, at this moment, there's basically zero. There was a time, about an hour and 10 minutes ago, where it was about 90% thinner. Now it's zero. Nice to see you there, Inganes. How's about you share some of those oil painting links in the chat? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Inganes streams the oil painting, just like Camda. So go check that out. Actually, Velfera, one of the things my sister brought over was some carrots. It's crazy. Get this, Velfera. I went from like just having to a week ago. I was just like scouring through cupboards because I hadn't had a chance to go to the store for anything that was edible that was not from, say, I don't know, 2019. That was sitting in one of the cupboards there, and all of a sudden, well, then the neighbors like, oh, here, Jose made this tilapia stuff with Brussels sprouts and basically some guacamole to go with it. And then my sister brought over, in addition to other stuff, she brought over some of her turkey meatloaf that she makes. Remember, I used to talk about that years ago? Now she brought that over, so all of a sudden I went from like scrounging around for every spare chocolate covered raisin laying on the floor to, oh my gosh, look at this, there's all this food. Oh, plus I made that dump cake there also too, Valfera. I ended up, actually, they were technically the first ones to get a piece of that. I never even had a piece. Yeah, we did the food exchange. Yeah, they came and they brought the tilapia over there, and I handed them some of the dump cake. So Valfera, based on the fact that the neighbors apparently really like Brussels sprouts, and I used to at one point have those growing in that garden when I was kind of at its height. I guess in addition to the asparagus, we got to add. I guess we got to add the Brussels sprouts too, which is fine because that means I won't have to necessarily have a bazillion pepper plants out there. Much as I love me to peppers. Let's do this right here. Yeah, Valfira, I think, well, not today, because today is now yesterday, or tomorrow, whichever way you want to look at it. But I think it was 11:15 or something when I finally got to sleep, and that was not 11:15 at night. That was almost noon. Yeah, that was 11:15 in the morning. Let me do this right here. I think I actually made that dump cake stuff at 9 something. That's when I started making it. Was it 8:40? No, it was about 8:20 or something. This is that slightly lighter orange mix, and then even here, you can only go so far. And we gotta stop. We gotta move somewhere else. I can do a little more here, and then we gotta say no more. Not on the hair anyway. We gotta go somewhere else. Keep moving around. Can't keep hammering away at one spot. There. Doing some of that, yeah. And then that's it. Let's head on back to the face now, because that is also a plenty of time now to set. That's been we haven't done a whole bunch of on that in probably the last half-ish hour or so. So this is the other sister. Actually, Valfira, this is the sister that took care of the other sister. Yeah, and well, now the other sister, fortunately, Valfira, things kind of they're holding steady there. That is a good thing. We also have Arid. Hey there, Arid. Actually, Arid. Ooh, is this going to be Arid's 8? No, this would be Arid's 83rd. Yeah, it should be your 83rd there. Everybody, please give Arid Wife a follow. Of course, you know the deal, Arid. You got to post your link there because she was brave enough to enter our domain. So great to see you there, Arid. So, Irid, this is the first of our Celtic Goddess series. This is Bridget. And let me grab you the painting here, the original one. It's only appropriate that the first Celtic Goddess thing that I do was also the first Celtic Goddess painting that I did. So I think you can see the resemblance right there. And again, that's the thing that I painted on tons of different drums. Arid, I don't know if you got a chance to see these. Looky here. Yeah, there's some more. Oh, there's Ariadne, Morgan Le Fay, Merlin, Lady of Shalott. There's Lancelot there. Also, check this out. We did this last night, Irid. That's what we did last night. And look at this. Now we got this big old version of it right here. We printed this out in FDM. And the nifty thing is, it's like a bookend. Yeah, we're talking about bookends. And what the heck is that sitting on? Oh, there we go. Sitting on a bunch of stuff there. But yeah, we got bookends now, Irid. Again, now, yeah, Irid, please share your Pinterest link there because I don't think you've had a chance to do that. Now, last week, the figure that we did was our Cyber Guinevere. A week before that, and now it has its water effects on there, was our Cyber Nimue. So you can, there you go. You can see the water effects in there now. Nice little water effects there. And of course, we also did, we've done some other bust versions here. There's the bust version again of Cyber Guinevere. Oh, there's the figure. So here's again more of our Celtic Goddess series here. That's the Morrigan, again, based directly from one of my paintings. I mean, literally, this is just like cut out of the painting. If you were to just cut the figure out of the painting, this would be it right here. There is almost no difference between the figure in the painting and that. So everybody check out that link that I almost said AD Creation. Sorry, the Arid Wife just posted. And hopefully, Arid, things relatively peaceful. No, it's time for St. Patrick's Day, not Easter, right, Arid? Yeah, St. Patrick's Day is coming, not Easter. Well, Easter's coming too, but St. Patrick's Day first. So have a good one there, Bogus. Have a good one. Take care, Bogus, and well, hopefully we see you on the later today, because later today will be the Saturday stream. Let me get some of that there. Let me get some of that there, and then a little bit under there. So again, everybody please give Nganes a follow. Nganes also paints with the oils. And it is very valuable to see other folks using the oil paints because they can have other ways of using them that maybe they suit your style better, your skills better, or even the genre stuff that you're doing better. Who knows? Who knows? Boy, well, Irid, I don't want to jinx anything, but it's almost kind of like would you take the work stuff versus the FIL stuff? Yeah, work stuff is nasty, but the FIL thing, boy, you kind of can't control that, right? At least with the work thing, you can maybe tell people to take a hike, right, Irid? or you just and now here it is. It's something where you think, okay, we need to change this situation here. Because I know that there, you guys, you kind of had to make a bit of a change there. Was that last year? It was that year and a half ago, where there was the big turnover. Was that? Geez, that wasn't 2 years ago, was it? I think that was more like a year and a half, year and 3/4 ago. There was all that turnover. Is this going to be too much green here? I don't think so. I like it. I don't think so. I like that little bit of green up in there. Ah, so it was a year ago. Okay. So yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Well, Irid, I was hoping that well, you'll be doing your normal stream tomorrow night. Well, later tonight, because it's already again. It's tomorrow already. But yeah, Irid, you'll be doing your regular stream, right? Now here, well, again, I'm going to change that to this, and then we'll change. Maybe not. And we'll leave that like a. Oh, believe it as a tater. Yeah, we'll leave that as a tater. Now I'm going to start doing some stuff on the face here because I might have to be sticking my hand on other parts of it. So let's not do the other parts. Let's do this first. Speaking of carrots, Velfera, is that what you got to use to confuse a tricksy rabbit there, Velfera? You got to yeah, you got to put out some carrots and rabbit traps or something. Speaking of which, yep, look at that. I'm just gonna set my hand right over there, whatever, so that I can get to this. Let's do that over here. Maybe the green eyes. Let's try the green eyes. Let's see how that works. Oh, also, speaking of which, yeah, let's get some of this out here too. See you in a bit there, Erid. See you in a bit. And everybody, again, please give Erid Wave a follow. If you could do that, please. So look at that, even that little bit of green comparison next to the skin tone. Now let's see if we can do the eyes minus this piece of fuzz. That would be less helpful. I think you can see what we're doing. There we go. Yeah, I like the idea that, and also looking slightly off to one side, not looking straight ahead. Again, that's either very confrontational or it's like a mug shot. Yeah, we usually avoid the straight ahead view because it looks just too much like a mug shot. Now the Morrigan's different. The Morrigan's gonna be looking right at you. That's a whole different thing. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, the idea is all these sculpts that I'm doing, whether they're the bust, the flats, the bas reliefs, the miniatures, the ships, all that stuff. The idea is, if I can, get everything locked and it all works out, you get those files because, well, the tutorials are going to be based on those files, much like that Shadow Lord that I showed earlier. And the whole idea is that this way, you don't have to support 17 different Patreons and tribes like I do. Because if you want to paint the stuff that I'm painting, well, that's kind of what you got to do. And I the idea occurred to me. I just thought, you know what? If I'm making the stuff and I make the tutorials of the stuff with my stuff, I just give that stuff to you. And then boom, look at that. You got yourself, you don't have to be supporting again 17, 18 other Patreons and tribes. So the hope is that that saves you a bit of coin as well. As it's give you some stuff that you're just not going to get anywhere else. Because guess what? You can't get these files anywhere else. Now, there might be some that end up on the My Mini Factory. Maybe the Cyberthorians or something like that. Whatever is kind of like the most different. Whatever you just really would not see up there. Maybe that's the stuff that goes up there. Grand Oracle, those don't exist. Yeah, those don't exist. Yeah, uh, we cannot confirm nor deny the existence of any other miniature Patreon pages, right, Grand Oracle? Yes. A search history would not reveal any kind of Cults 3D, My Mini Factory, or anything like that. Now, Grand Oracle, did you get a chance to see the big old FTM version that I printed? I was gonna print it bigger, Grand Oracle, but I think that only took 14 and a half hours to print that thing out. And I thought, you know what? I'd rather it just not take 30 something hours. Now, I wanted to start another one before the stream. I never got to do that. But yeah, if you haven't seen the giant Arachne one, I'll pick that one up for you, or just send you some pictures of it. But that was I was really pleased. Now again, I might, when I take off the supports, maybe it won't look quite so nifty. I will inevitably have to go in there and fix up some stuff. I mean, it's an FDM print. But yeah, Grand Oracle. Well, see, Grand Oracle. If with these files, you could say, "Hey, wait, I'm making furniture here, Grand Oracle." Yeah, you're not buying miniatures. You're buying furniture. You're buying bookends. You might even be able to make a closet out of them there, Grand Oracle. Say you're just buying furniture and how pieces of the house. Yeah, you're not buying miniatures anymore. Look at that. That's really starting to. Oh, look at that. That is really starting to. Man, that's jumping out at those green eyes. Really liking those green eyes. Thank you so much, Hammershot. Um, I see somebody's been to the Shire. Says, what are you talking about? Hey, didn't somebody say that you looked like Sam's girlfriend right there? He's like, who is Sam? You probably wouldn't like him. He's very small and he's got hairy feet. I believe Rosie Cotton was mentioned. Let's see if Hammershot is going to manage a Gandalf 6. Not is that what? Oh, I thought it was a Gandalf 6. It was a 5. I saw a whole lot of dots. I'm like, oh nope, it can't be a Gandalf 6 with a whole lot of dots. But thank you so much, Hammershot. Appreciate that. Nice to see you there, Rocket. Happy Saturday. So hopefully your Saturday was fantastic, and actually same thing there too, Grand Oracle. Hopefully your Saturday was a good one, or your Friday was a good one, and Saturday's gonna, well, you got all those. Oh, actually, how's the knee doing? Well, the tendons, right? Yeah, how's the knee doing there, Grand Oracle? There's some now. I think the only Sam. Yeah, I think the only Sam I've got up here is this right here. As I heard my name called. Check out this backpack, man. It's a heck of a backpack. Look at my little pokey thing here. Where's that spider lady? Oh, you mean the arachnite thing that he did last night? He's like, yeah, I got a present for her. me get this back over there. Oh, happy birthday there, Rocket. Well, that requires a little bit of a happy birthday hype train there for Rocket. Nice to see you there, Rocket and me. And happy birthday. Boy, oh boy, Valfira. Well, part of it was Valfira that the print ended about 7 minutes before the stream. No, not about 17 minutes before the stream started. Yeah, I ran down there. I took it off of the printer, and I was like, nope. Well, actually, Valfira, I think didn't we start about 11:40 or something, Valfira? I mean, I could have. Um, you probably would have been asleep there, right, Valfira? Just waiting for the stream to start. Yeah, sorry about that, Grandor. I know that's been a pain. Yes, yeah, I did that. Yes, I just did that. I just said that's been a pain. My apologies. I'm gonna get me a little bit more of the yellow here for these. There we go. Now I am hoping for somewhere. Remember those 10 o'clock starts we've been doing on Saturday? That's the goal. Again, that's the goal. Whether or not that happens depends on Saturday. If we're not streaming at starting at 10 Central tomorrow, then you know that it's been one of them kind of days, right, Valfira? There might have been mustard involved. I think we'll. Okay, yeah. Let's extend this part too. Same way. Same deal there. What's again? It's 1 hour 42 minutes in. Yeah, 1 hour 42 minutes in. That is it. So mustard is okay as a condiment, but we know it is tricksy and false, right, Valfira? Mustard is tricksy and false. Also, so can some Welshlandic aliens there. How you doing there, surface tension? So surface tension, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? So surface tension, oh, you just missed. I was showing the giant version of the Arachne little, well, sort of diorama, but bas relief there. Yeah, so that's what you got to do there, surface tension. Oh, I don't have the Shire thing, but can you imagine like bookends of the Shire, right? They got like bag end on one side, and then maybe the old mill or the party tree on the other, something like that. Well, Gandalf has already been asking her their surface tension if she's seen any of the hobbits, because apparently they ran off with his fireworks. Their surface tension. Yeah, they done ran off with the fireworks. Let me hit that too. Now I can't wait for the cyber version of this. So that's what was printing last night while we were streaming. That was printing. Again, we're going to find out if it worked. All of these things, and I know I've said it a bunch of times already, even just on this stream, these are all test prints. I mean, we're not painting them as test prints, but they are still, for all intents and purposes, these are just test prints. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. So again, everybody please check that out if you could. That'd be fabulous. You'll have to send me pictures of that surface tension. Surface, I got so many new pictures to send. I know I have to send you pictures like from before, but now there's even more new pictures of stuff to send there, surface tension. So I actually have two different versions of Branwyn. There's one where the base is much more like what I did with Galadriel. So one of the Branwyn is the base is minus the waterfall, but it's a little bit more like that. I kind of like the new version of Branwyn. I actually said, you know what? Let's try and get some of the image, some of the background imagery of the painting, and that's where I said let's maybe put a stone, like a stone partial wall behind her, and I could actually get a little bit more of the not working stuff that's on the original painting. Nice to see you there, Doji. Happy Saturday. So Doji, bakery run achieved. I was able to make the dump cake, so yes, bakery run was achieved there, Doji. It was looking dicey, but we did have the bakery run. Which ironically the neighbors were able to partake of before I was. Yeah, the neighbors actually technically they had it before I did. There, you know what? I'm gonna throw a little bit of the Indian yellow in there. Ah, there we go. There you go. So Doji, why don't you share some oil painting links there in chat? Because Doji also does the oil paints, so you should go check that out. Yeah, I don't want this to be the cooler turquoise of what we did with Nimue and the stones there. We're trying to do a again like the Harvest Queen thing here, so we're going for some, kind of a warmer green motif there. But check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Again, Doji also paints with the oils. Radiant green, some of that. No, back to the chromium oxide green. There we go. Try and lighten up a few of these here. More over. Just gonna. Oh, I gotta throw a little bit of dry brushy stuff on the stones here pretty soon. We'll do that in a sec. Oh yeah, those that really helps those things there. The good old Eldfall Chronicle stuff there, Doji. Hopefully things have been going good for him. Actually, Doji, if you wanted to share any of the Eldfall Chronicle site or anything like that, you know, their website or something, that'd be fabulous. Again, not too. Now let's back up to our chromium oxide green. Oh, Grand Oracle, let me show you something here. So this was how we got started. Remember, I've been talking about doing because I was doing other airbrush stuff. So this, I did them both at the same time. So this is just the stuff with primers. Remember, we used to kind of do this a while back, Grand Oracle. So it's kind of a hybrid. There was no pre-glaze. But we didn't do the lighter dry brushy thing first, like we've been doing. So, geez, I almost forgot to tell you that, Grand Oracle. Again, so that's how this one started, because again, I was doing them both at the same time. It was I didn't want to be doing the lighter dry brushy stuff on this Grand Oracle. I just thought, I mean, those are pretty darn solid. I think I was just thinking of them when she was still wet, like when I was taking that off of the build plate and doing all the the cleaning it and stuff, and everything was soft and it hadn't been cured. So I think that's one reason why I got a little bit leery of that. And I said, no, you know what we should do? We should maybe we'll do our kind of little bit more action with the primer painting first. So sorry if, geez, I almost forgot to tell you that, Grand Oracle. I would have been very bummed if you had maybe head off to sleep or something like that, and you never got a chance to see that it was the kind of hybrid method there. I think that's what we'll just have to call it, Grand Oracle. Is kind of a hybrid method. Nope, nope, nope. I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this there. That's just a little blending brush action there. There. Now, Rindler, we're just going to go mostly acrylics the rest of the way on the big dino, just so that he's all locked, loaded, ready to go for Adepticon. Some of that here. So yeah, look at that. That's not just a lighter green. That is also, we've kind of picked up the chroma on that too. We're using the Terra Rosa of greens. We're using chromium oxide green. So everybody check out that Eldfall Chronicles link there. Eldfall Chronicles makes lots of nifty stuff. Here's one. I think, did we do a video on this, or was this a stream? I think this was a video, maybe. Right, Doji? Now, this was also, I know this was a stream here. One second, let me just get that in there. Here's one. Now, that was a live stream. I'm pretty sure that was a live stream. We might have done a video on this, too, about, but the blue, turquoise, and all that skin tones. But that's another Eldfall, Eldfall Chronicles there. So it's the Alkyd version there, Rocket. I still got to get the regular paint version, but there you go. So oxide of chromium. And again, that's the Griffin Alkyd version. Eventually, we'll get the regular paint version of it too. Obviously, in the lead up to Adepticon, it's all Alkyds all the time. Everything's going to be Alkyds. There is no choice. Once Adepticon's over with, well, that's a little different story. Things do not need to be dry like, well, late tomorrow. It's really it's got some punch to it, right, Rocket? It has got some serious punch. And I mean, Alkyd aside, it's got some serious punch to it. Yeah, very impressive. And it does a lot of the same things that Terra Rosa does for skin tones, mixing that with the Terra Rosa. Very interesting, kind of grayish, greenish, whatever parts of your skin tone, like 5 o'clock shadow sort of stuff, that kind of thing. So we're circumnavigating the base here. Boy, Landras, there's tons of terrain to do. Landras. Now it would be really weird to do like an 8-piece ship, but I was thinking Landras, right? We wanted to see if we could print these in 28 mil. Also, let's see. Oh yeah, Isengard Landrast. Because you got your giant tower there that you printed out. I was kind of hoping to paint the interiors of Isengard on stream, Landrast. Where's yeah, this is good enough. So with this with the kind of indigo and stuff on the floor there. So that was one of the things that I was hoping to paint. And then some of our Harad stuff too, yeah, and more Easterling. Well, yeah, maybe some Easterling stuff, but definitely some Harad pieces. So Boise, just like Doji was saying, I mean, it'll take a matter of seconds. Simple dish soap, warm water, boom, it's gone. Actually, it could also work on your brushes too there, Boise. Actually, now Papillon, let's see. I don't know if you wanted to share anything on that in the chat. That would be fine. I don't know if you've got any kind of shareable pictures of that. So Papillon, I think. Let me see. Did it take? I think it took 3.5 weeks to print out the City of the Dead. Wasn't that right, Landrast? And one of the pieces took 35 hours or something like that. Just one of the pieces. I think weren't you saying there, Papillon, that one of the pieces was 30 something hours? Kyra, there was fromage. There was fromage today. It was a très bien fromage. Thank you so much, surface tension. I could use me some of that. Thanks, surface tension. Appreciate that. Boy, and Gunnies, I have a couple of tubes of that. What's weird is I haven't really been able to test it. I tried it once, and I think it just was something weird. It seemed like it was taking forever to dry. Well, in comparison, you know that's relative, right, Inganes? Compared to regular white, it's like practically instantaneous, even if it's not super fast. But actually, yeah, let me know what you experienced with that there in Ghani's, because I didn't. I have again. I got like 2 tubes of it. I have not had a chance to really try it yet. Well, we ended up with the Paul Rubens. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it was in Ghani's. We ended up with all the tubes of Paul Rubens weight. Yeah, Rocket. That's why we have to keep. It's one of what, four. Well, there's probably more, but at least 4 or 5, right, Camda? That we have to constantly keep putting a little bit of thinner on there or something to keep it from getting all gummified. What's interesting there, Rocket? I think you could say, right, Grand Oracle, that fast matte white technically actually dries a little bit faster than the Paul Rubens weight. And well, that's why we're using it, right, Rocket? Because we need, we need drying time, as in compressed drying time, as in like super fast. Now, of course, we're not really using a whole bunch of the white. We're using all the not radiant radiance, but those also seem to be, well, if we have to keep putting thinner on the palette, right, Camda, they got to be sort of quicker drying, if that's the case. There we go. So some of our leafy bits here, getting some of the light on them now. And again, Rocket, you want to share some stuffs in the chat there, please go ahead. And everybody, please give Inkanis a follow. Now, Inkanis, were you going to maybe be streaming this weekend here? Ooh, and check this out. Where'd she go? Yeah, well, you saw what we were painting last night. This is 2.5, well, 2.25 times the size of that. And also, it's a bookend. Because I added that rectangle, basically a big old rectangle on the bottom of it. So there, unfortunately, Rocket, there is no such thing. I have searched far and wide. The water washable oils had a perline black, which doesn't look anything like the perline black we know. The closest thing to it there, Rocket, is to take phthalo green and some of the coal black, and maybe a little bit of, say, Van Dyke brown, and add that into your phthalo green. That's about the only way you can make anything close to it. Oh, no problem there, Ganes. No problem. I know that there's been lots of visitors and lots of new new residents, right? Right, Ganes. They have to be getting closer and closer to the stage where they're going to be participating in some of the miniature work. Again, tiny hands, perfect things for magnetizing figures. I mean, for them, those tiny little magnets are practically like frisbees. More of that here, and yeah. So, and also too on the Patreon page, there's going to be another printing workshop video. It's going to cover a few things. It's going to cover a lot of the stuff I've learned, including more stuff on supports. Well, basically supporting all of these insane things. I'm not super fond of the tree supports, or no, not tree, the fan support. At least as far as making the fan supports. But we'll give it another shot. We'll try to record something there. May not be the longest video ever, but it's one of those I just kind of, while I'm learning stuff or while something is fresh in my head, I want to just record that while it's there. I've got actually now surface tension. I think I sent you the Ski Venus images. So surface tension, those stickers, the first of them are on their way. I think there's a second one that's not on the way just yet, but I believe the first Ski Venus sticker is on the way. And you know of what I speak. So again, there's a little simple dry brushy stuff there. That was mostly the radiant violet. We're going to do. Well, let's take this. Let's just take our not radiant blue. Mix it with that. This has some thinner in there too. So this is Bridget Chiron, a Harvest Goddess. There's your original painting, and there's the figure. We also have the bust ready to go for tomorrow. So there's the and 2 hours and 2 minutes ago, she looked just like that because I was screwing around with the primer stuff at the same time. So both primed at the same time. No paint on there, just some different primer colors. I mean, there's like 47 colors of Steiner's primer. And then if you want to make more, you just mix some ink in there with it, and bam, you got yourself more primer colors. I do have at least one video that shows mixing fluorescent ink with a very light primer to, yes, make fluorescent primer, or close to it. Camda, one of the things you got to watch out for, this is something that I just found out, is that they can only be so long. Now, of course, Camda, you can create those and then literally add some extra supports to them. You can change well, this is it, Camda. It's actually, to me, it's less time to just go with more of the more standard supports, but keep the same width. So instead of making your initial tree, your initial post much thicker to give it that strength, it's I kind of just keep everything the same because again, everything here is what would you say? It's more industrial, Camda. If I was just doing one or two things at a time instead of creating new supports for essentially 4 of these every day. Yeah, imagine like a really, really, really complex object to support, and you're doing somewhere between 4 to 6 of those every single day. In addition to, well, the creating of the files and doing the Blender stuff on the files too. Camda, some of these things could use that. I'm not joking. The Green Knight, Camda. Yeah, the Green Knight, when I did his, so actually, Hmm. I did do the fan supports on the sword here, Camda. You can see it worked. You can see it worked. Again, it's something that just requires more exploration. It's certainly not something I'm gonna give up on. There was one, the Galahad Camda. So Cyber Galahad, he has essentially these wings that are essentially made out of like crystal type things. Uh, that's where I was thinking of using the fan supports, Camda. So that was going to be included in probably the video. There was me, messing around with fan supports. So look at that. Again, we got our nice little stone going on there. It's basically a light grayish violet. Yeah, that's what we're actually doing here. What are we? 2 hours, 6 minutes. That's it. 2 hours and 6 minutes in on this. We'll work our way around the base here. Then we are going to shift back up to, again, probably the face again. Do a little bit more there. I was really liking the green in the eyes, but we had to let that set some more. We got to get some lighter stuff going on the skinny tones there. I'll see you later there, Doji. Doji, I'll try to get you a whole bunch of pictures. I want to send you some of these pictures of Branwen. There's kind of two different versions of that. I mean, each one is kind of interesting. There's one that technically the face is like virtually identical to the painting, but I kind of like what I did more better with the base. It's tricksy. Sometimes choosing which one again. Since I'm doing all the test prints now, I kind of have to choose one, do the test print of it, and there we go. Oh, also, Doji, I was wondering, I really like this one. I was thinking if I could try to make a bust of this there, Doji. Well, let's see if we can make a bust of that, or some of those other ones. Or figures. That's the other thing, too. Yeah, I was trying to make a figure and a bust of some of them, see if that works. And I cannot confirm or deny, Doji, that there was a part of me that wanted to see a cyber version. Yeah. Because, again, I wish I was really hoping that I could get a chance to take that off of the build plate and have that to show tonight. We'll be showing it on the stream, our Saturday stream. But we have a cyber version of this. And there's some wheat fronds, but in this hand, there's a big old thing of fiber optic cables that loops around here. And I was hoping that that could have, well, guess what, a whole bunch of blue glow. Now, again, if it worked, great. Maybe it didn't work. Maybe, again, it's a test print. If that cable is too thin, well, then, it's, go into meshy time and thicken that up. Not meshy, blender, sorry. Go into blender, thicken that up in blender. Thanks, Cam, to appreciate that. What we doing? Yeah, okay, we'll keep going with that. I'm gonna go back up to the face and the hands. Face and hands. Let's get the lighter stuff going on there. Here we go. Whoops. What was that dark stuff sitting on that brush? Alright, let's try. You know what? Give me a little bit of that. Little bit of our Naples yellow. So Hans, sorry, I'm gonna be using some of that Naples yellow from Paul Rubens there. Camden, I'm thinking, we need to avail ourselves of that maybe a little bit more. So Camden, I'll be doing a couple more, like here, that's probably got more highlight. I'll be getting some more of the lights like we got up here, down there. And there will be some more, whoops, wait a minute, that's not the right stuff. I want the skin tone here. Yeah, oh yeah, look at that. That's even, I wasn't sure if we could go quite that light. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We gotta start doing some stuff on the lips as well. Gotta start making those lighter. There we are. And then we gotta get some of that in here. Some reflected light there. And then over here, this is gonna be interesting because, well, now where there's some wheat, it's in the way, Camda. Wasn't that what the orcs were singing on their way to whenever? Yeah, where there's wheat, it's in the way. We There we are. It's like we had none of our lighter, our reflected light on the skin there. We got to get light in that still too. Still got to get a little lighter. Also, tendons on the neck here. Gotta make those lighter. Bam. A little bit of light there, and then we did not really get too much lighter skin tone there either. Okay, that just got on our green, but that's easy enough to solve. We'll just take this here. There, all better. Back toward light there. That's going to make that little bit of gem show up some more. This will get some of our more magenta there. Now let us take some of it. Now that's some of that Paul Rubens red. We were using that on our Arachne last night. That's a little bit more opaque than I was thinking, Camda. Yeah, that's got a little more opacity. It's good. It's not a bad thing. That's got some more opacity than I thought it did. I was noticing that last night. More of this reddish orange stuff down here. Yeah, there we go. Over there. I was like, wait a minute. Wasn't there another one I wanted to do with that? There was. No, we'll do that over here. Something, something, something on the lips as well. A bit of fuzz or something on the end of the brush. Let me get rid of that. A bit light. I'm gonna keep rolling here. Let's keep rolling with the our basically our radiant violet. Because with lips, you don't really want the whole ruby red thing. That's very much 1940s film noir, whatever lipstick kind of stuff with more natural color. You're looking more towards violet, not like it's a little bit cold out and they're freezing and their lips are turning bluish or something like that. Camda, I don't know how different it really. I've never actually put them side by side. It's just this is a that cap doesn't really sit on there anymore. And I've actually tried to clear that. You can see I've tried to cut away some of the paint out of here. Here, let me do. I don't know while we're doing it. Oh, it's a little bit darker, Camda. It is a little bit darker. Let's welcome in Scarecrow. Exact. How you doing there, Scarecrow? Everybody, please give Scarecrow a follow, cause Scarecrow dares to enter our domain. Are they? Are they flying the ring into Mordor? Scarecrow is trying to fly the ring into Mordor. How you doing there, Scarecrow? Everybody, please give Scarecrow a follow. So Scarecrow, how was the prep going there for Adepticon? Now, was that your Golden Demon entry there, Scarecrow? And I was wondering, was that a like a unit entry that you're doing? I only got a chance to peek real quick there, so I wasn't sure if that was a single fig or if that was a unit entry or if that was just your army. And you have a whole different thing that you're doing for your Golden Demon stuff. Now, we are painting another one of this. Is the first of our Celtic Goddess series right here. I'll show you what we painted last night on stream in just one moment here. Just trying to get a little bit more of my lighter skin tone there. Yeah, let's just grab this over here. So this is what we did last night. This was very fun. It's another one of our kind of bas relief type things where it's sort of a miniature, it's sort of a flat, it's sort of a few different things. This is, again, one of my, here, let me get the original painting. There we go. So that is one of my original paintings, and as you can see, they bear a striking resemblance because they're the same character. Now, last Friday, we were painting up our Cyber Guinevere. We actually have a cyber version of this now, and that's sitting on the printer. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Chiron, I had a whole big series of them. Yeah, if you check out on the blog there, Chiron, there was a whole big series. And again, well, I think I showed you the Morrigan, right? Again, there's the bust version. There's the figure version, right there, and we've already done the Ariadne. We've done a figure, we've done a bust, and we also have the flat slash bas relief version of Ariadne, which is here. There we go. So that is it's the bas relief version there of Ariadne. And Scarecrow, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, anything you want to share, please go ahead and feel like you can do that. Just as long as I mean, stuff is you're trying to get stuff done, right, Scarecrow? I mean, it's the best you can do. That's the best any of us can do. That is the best we can do. Is just try and get it all done, right? And I'm sure it'll look fabulous. I mean, we certainly we have visions of what we wanted to do, right, Scarecrow, with everything. Actually, I always basically have to show what is it? Mix my any kind of Adepticon contest stuff with video content. So I'm on episode 3 now of my series on the Carnosaur and the Creature Caster thing that I'm painting up for Adepticon. There. There's a history of Carnosaurs and Adepticon. It's going to take me a little while to scroll to find this thing. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, maybe not that long. So yeah, this was the last Carnosaur that I had entered in the Golden Demons there. That was that's the old metal Carnosaur, by the way. Yeah, that's I put the wings on him there and did all that stuff. That's right. That's the old metal Carnosaur. I cannot confirm nor deny the desire to actually sculpt some wings on him. If I had the time, I would have put wings on him and put them on another lava base just for funsies. That would have been fun. But that would have been for Adepticon 2037, not 2026. Now, this is, again, a mix of the chromium oxide green, a little bit of our skin tone there. The lighter that is, let's see, now you can see the difference between the eyebrow and the eyelid. So Scarecrow, we're going to have tons of these things. We'll also uh, we'll also have these busts here that I've been working on. But and of course, well, all of the Cyberthurians and now Nimue has her water effects. So we're gonna have a whole bunch of these. We're gonna have a bunch of those busts. Oh, and again, of course, we'll have these too. I mean, look at that. We got the magnet holes, right? We gotta get the magnets in these bad boys right here. There's our sniper lady right there. Look at it, even with some mud mud spatters on her. And oh, also these. Yeah. I'll be painting some more of these on the stream on Monday. Come on. I'm a thinner. There we go. Little light. There we go. Also, little lighter over there. Yes, indeed. We got some large scale stuff too. Where's that? Well, of course, here's the larger version. Well, I was gonna film that. Originally, I was just gonna paint this off on the side, but I'm gonna do the finished stuff on that with the oils on a video. And then, of course, look at this giant old. There's a big old Morrigan bust right there. We'll have that at Adeptocon as well. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. Oh, and the Lord of the Rings gummy bears too, Scarecrow. Yep, we'll have those there. There is not going to be really much of the other usual stuff. Obviously that tends to focus more, say, on like army painting stuff. But there's only so much space, and it will be dedicated to this brand new stuff. Because there's only so much space. I'm doing a little bit of backfill here. It's kind of like what we did with our arachnid. Look at this. See how that's starting to turn even more red? Look at this. So this is, I forget which of the darker red. It's probably just called dark red, Camda. But this is what I was doing. Look at this. See this? That's a dry brush. That's not a glaze. What's it doing? It's tinting it as if it were a glaze. Look at this, Camda. I mean, is it Perling Crimson? No. But it also is not Series 7 or Series 6 Williamsburg, right? So look at this. So again, look at how much more of a reddish look we're getting. That is, oh, can I get it out of here without knocking everything over? I think it's this one. It's probably just called dark red. Yeah, look there you go. That's it. Dark red. Oh, geez, Camden. Now, there's one that I've kind of forgotten about. I remember that from the color theory episode, Camden, the vermilion. But yeah, you would probably have a better recollection of that than me, but I think I remember kind of liking that vermilion. Look at that. This is a dry brush. That is literally just a dry brush that I'm doing there, and it looks like a glaze. Yeah, well, we use that again on this to do some of the darker stuff over the top of our lighter thread work right there. Not again. Well, very little thinner. Needless to say, very very little thinner. And again, eventually these will be made available to the folks on the Patreon page. I know I keep saying that, and I haven't put them out there yet. That's because these are all test prints, and there are some where I just said, okay, yeah, that's we gotta rework that, or we just gotta see, okay, if we change the way the supports are, does that also work then? Oh, gee, oh, the red oxide. That's right. More oxide, more better, right, Camden? More oxide, more better. And we'll be getting more of our lighter hair color in there too. Not to fret, not to worry. May work a little of this into here now on some of these. So there's a couple of things there, Reap. It's the fact that the primary thing is that everybody can get them everywhere. You can get those on Amazon. And one of the things that's been difficult for, well, 6 years now is to try and find a brand of paint that's easy slash reasonably priced for everybody to get everywhere. Because generally the way these things go, Reap, is that I can get something that you can't. You can get something that I can't, or expense wise, whatever. So these are all sunny side up Landrast. There's no omelets here. These are all sunny side up. No omelets. Love me some omelets though, Landrast. I think I made one of those yesterday. Yeah, I made me an omelet yesterday.
So say we all.
Hey there, Clinton Arts. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Clinton, if you wanted to share something in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Clinton. Again, these have been super, super fun, Clinton. Again, we have the bust version of Bridget all set and ready to go for tomorrow. Now, this is going to be different. We're going to have like a little cauldron thing right here. So we can maybe do a little bit of teensy bit of object source lighting. Here, I didn't really want to go with the source lighting. Now, the cyber version, there will be source lighting there. Because I wanted to have two different colors of source lighting. And get some of that there. And now we're going to have to let that set. We gotta let that. We got a whole bunch of really wet stuff on there. Yeah, let that set now. I'm gonna maybe take some of this. More of that blue in there. That's that's kind of interesting, kind of grayish, greenish blue right there. I'm gonna throw that in the center of some of these here. Nope, nope, not that stuff. Also over there. Don't we have? Yeah, I thought we have at least one of these back here. We got well, a couple of them. All we can do is drop that on there and then leave it alone and move on to somewhere else. Now, I'm glad you were able to do that, Arid. And again, sorry that work is not being terribly kind there. Let's try. So there we are. And then a little bit of this up here. So reap the that was actually back what 2016. That was the first stuff that I used was the Winsor Newton paint. It was mostly just because I had used Winsor Newton watercolors for years and years and years, so Winsor Newton was just kind of the thing that came to mind. Now the Paul Rubens are actually they're probably about the same as far as the cost level, but they actually are definitely better than the Winsor Newton student grades for sure. So that's the other thing. Again, and I believe if again you wait for the say a Black Friday sale or something along those lines, you could get the whole shoot match. Well, there's actually 12 more fluorescents, but the regular 38, you can get those for as little as $63. And again, you can get those on Amazon. Everybody check out that Instagram link that exec just shared. Everybody check out the Instagram link. So exec, hopefully it won't be too much of a scramble for you. Kind of, as Adepticon draws closer, just maybe a bit of a mild scramble instead of absolute lunacy scramble. Let me try to. There we go. Something weird happened to that. So again, those are the Paul Rubens paints. Now technically there's 3 sets, but it's best to get the regular 38 and 2 instead of 20 and 18. I found that out the hard way. Again, well, because I wasn't sure if they were going to work or not. And Boise has been enjoying, right? Boise's been enjoying the. Oh, okay, that's not the one I thought it was. That's just sitting over here. It was out there the whole time. I think now, yeah, okay. Now I can finally get some stuff on the feet down here. Now this is risky on Twitch, right? The showing feet or whatever, or bare feet on Twitch is a risky thing, but we'll take the chance. We got to get some paint on these here. I might actually back up to something like, yeah, more like that. Use this here. I'm glad you can just kind of enjoy the rest of the, again, not having to hustle and scramble too much there. Scarecrow. And again, I've got a whole bunch of videos. Well, now, of course, now there's just regular painting videos, but there's some specific videos on the Patreon page where we take the Paul Rubens, we do the color charts with them, just like we do with all of our other paint brands and all that stuff. We do the color charts with them. We got our violet and some of the umber mixed together. We'll use a little bit of that out here too. That's really good. That's actually very fabulous there, Scarecrow. To be all down to that, yep, that's really good. I first started staging stuff for Adepticon 3 weeks ago, something like that. And well, more stuff is still on the way here. There's more staging we'll have to do. Let me see if I can on the top of the little headpiece here. We're going to get some of this lighter yellow on that. More of that right there. Scarecrow, well, uh, we thought we were pretty well set. We thought we were pretty well set because this was supposed to go into Resin Beast. Yeah, that was supposed to be a Resin Beast entry that is not a Resin Beast entry because Loot Studios is not in the Resin Beast. So yeah, that ain't going in Resin Beast. Fortunately, I had been working on other things, and other things were already either underway or finished, like the unit stuff. And trying to get me there. We are some of our lighter yellow stuff in there. And yet we are filming the process of making our other Resin Beast entry and also the Golden Demon entry. Episode 1 was the basing episode for both. Episode 2 was kind of the initial. Well, we did some primer painting on those. We even were using the crazy brush markers on those too. And then episode 3 that just is going to go up on the Patreon page later today. Well, that one was the initial working with the oil paints, getting some of the darker glazes in there, starting to set some of the color tones. And that will be going up on the Patreon page. I'm going to upload the video after the stream, and then tomorrow, well, later today, we'll stick that up on the Patreon page. And then episode 4 is going to be filmed real soon. Potentially Sunday. So now we're starting to get a little bit of the lighter trim stuff here. We can still go lighter than this. This is not as light as we can go. And they're not going too far, right, with the lighter stuff. They don't want to go too far with that. Yeah, see, we don't want to go too light on this either up in there, right? Because, well, there's this whole matter of a shadow being cast there. Yeah, we don't want to go too light with that. That wouldn't be a good plan. Let's see, we're what, 2 hours, 2.5? Oh yeah, 2 hours, 37 minutes. Oil paints all the time. Traditional oil paints right out of the tube. A little lighter up there, yeah. And something up there. Something there. There we go. Yeah, here, lighter on this. A little lighter on that. Little touch there. And that's still actually kind of mixing with some of the darker paint that we glazed in there a while ago. Now, before I get back to the face, let's start doing maybe some of our... No, here, let me try this on the gemstones. Then we're going to try to do some of the lightest stuff on the hair. We got some of the radiant green, a little bit of the yellow in there too. Maybe a little bit more of the radiant green again. Okay, that's too much paint on there. We're going to thin that stuff down. Nah, it's going to be too yellowish. Too yellow. It's going to just end up being too close to the gold there. We don't want that. So that's the other thing there, Reap. That's a big thing with the alkyds. Now, of course, everything that I'm working on for Adepticon is all alkyds because of the drying time. But it also is we've discovered, and this kind of we've even just like tested this in person. The alkyds are easier for first-time folks using the oil paints. They are more forgiving for people that are new to the oil paints. I mean, you don't. I mean, you we've kind of seen that over and over and over again, right, Camden? Is that the again the alkyds in general more forgiving for folks that are new to the oils, and again the Paul Rubens do a very good job. Uh, didn't we find about what 9 radiant colors or something? There are 9 potential radiant colors with the Paul Rubens. Let me see if I can't. Well, that was too much. Or was it? Maybe not. Maybe not. Camden, people were saying, Williamsburg ought to, kind of give us, shall we say, a little bit of love over here. I think Paul Rubens certainly does, wouldn't you say, Camden? Drag you down. There we go. Now, let me see what I can do on these little guys down here. Maybe that was more than I was looking for, but we'll just roll with it. Yeah, especially Camden, if we're doing classes with their paints, right? You would think so. You would kind of think. I swear that somebody is setting off fireworks outside. Now, in a little bit here, I was going to go refresh the medicine anyways. Maybe we will go see why somebody might have been at 2:18 in the morning on a, well, Saturday now, be setting off fireworks. Come on, getting there we are. More over, like, there it is. I'm like, not the skin tone. Not the skin tone. That's the more of your kind of white mixed with the umber there by comparison. So Reap, unfortunately, when the oil companies look at us, they say, no, not enough people are going to buy stuff. Yeah, they don't, not like a miniature paint company or something like that. They just say, nope, that is not enough thousands of people buying our stuff. Already been kind of told that, yeah, Reap. They said, well, no, we'll take a pass. That's all you got? Nope, we're not interested. So unfortunately, yeah, that's, don't know if that would ever happen. Now, some folks, well, like the Golden Maple guys, right, Camden, they were actively trying to get into the miniature paint stuff. I think Galeri is another one. They actually wanted to get into miniature painting, but the oil painting folks, they seem to have zero interest. So yeah, all the oil paints that I use, there was no kickbacks or anything like that. It's just like I gotta buy them like everybody else. Ain't no freebies, right, Camden? Yeah, they said that market is way too small for us. Thanks, but no thanks. More of our ombre mixed with the white here. Right into that little crevice there. There we are, more of that. Now, who knows? Maybe if you're to get the right person, say at Paul Rubens or whatever. But the Gamlin folks and the Williamsburg folks already basically told us to. There's the door. You might want to move through it fast enough so that a part of that door doesn't hit a part of you on the way out the door. Let me get my lighter stuff in there. There was definitely a bummer there, Reap, because we thought, okay, well, uh, we're trying to get people interested in it and all that other kind of stuff. They weren't so interested. Hmm, a little lighter here. We'll do that here. A little lighter, right? Come on. There we go. And then a little more here. And a little more there. And then a teensy bit more right over there. See you later, Scarecrow. Thanks for the raid. Everybody, please give Scarecrow Exec a follow. So, Scarecrow, again, glad that you had yourself a fabulous stream. Glad that things are relatively under control for Adepticon there, too. Safe travels there, too. There's Scarecrow, if I don't get a chance to catch you before then. See you there. Actually, who knows, Papillon? We might be raiding over there. We might be raiding over to Brushmaster. Actually, I don't think I've. I know I didn't get a chance last night. I don't think I had a chance the night before either. Uh, there's the Bears made a trade today. It was not the trade that I thought I was going to be talking to Brushmaster about. Yeah, this was not a trade of luxury. This is a trade of desperation when your brand new center that you paid all this money to at 27 retires. It's like, wait, what? Yep, he just retired, so that sort of set off a bit of a firestorm. So see you later there, Papillon. Hopefully, and again, when we paint the bust version of this in our next stream, which is coming up pretty darn soon. Technically, just a matter of hours from now. It's more than a few hours, but still, it's on the same day. Catching some more light on those edges too. Yep. You know what? I'm gonna, I guess, get more thinner on that brush. There we go. There you go. Now we could have put texture on the cloth here. I know that's lots of folks are into the texture on the cloth. And I will say too, all of these files here, they really are more designed with printing out at 75 mil in mind. They're really not designed to be 32 or 28 mil figs. Just like the busts were designed to be busts, these were designed to be larger scale. Let's see if I can get the pupils in the eyes is here. Gotta maybe thin it down a little teensy bit more. Little. There. This one. Just about got. There we are. Camden, that'll be really cool. Actually, I would hopefully maybe get a chance to see somebody else painting it, like when you paint it on stream, right, Camden? That would be super cool. Cause yeah, I mean, don't get to see them. I hardly ever get to see anybody else painting but me. But painting, well, my files, that would be super fun. So Reap, that's what the other folks do. Yeah, Reap. Since they're all for the Patreon page and stuff, and not just for general YouTube consumption, they're gonna be that longer format. Because all that stuff is speed ramped, and also too, Reap. It takes longer to edit one of those than it does for me to edit probably 3 of mine 2-hour videos. And since there's only me, yeah, that's just that is not a practical thing, unfortunately. That's kind of why the videos are kind of in that longer format. So, and we're talking about the Patreon ones there, Reap. Yeah, also, yeah, we're talking about the Patreon one, not the the basically the replay of these sessions, because basically it's just this session on YouTube. The tutorial vids, those are, well, like the last one I just did was almost 2 hours exactly, maybe 2 hours and 3 minutes with the closing credits. Can't go too late on the featses here. They're kind of in shadow. I'll probably be going back over these again with some darker stuff. But I can see that paint's still got to set a little bit, yeah. Let's do this here. So I think Reap, let's see. Well, if you include all the years of 2D art with the oil paints, it's been a long time. Well, actually, here, let me show you. It's easier to get to this one. This one's a little bit closer to get to. Where's my one with the ship painting? Or I already passed that one up already. Maybe I did. There it is. Yeah, so that's a painting I did when I was 13 in oils. Yeah, that's one I did back when I was 13. Let's see here. Let me get some of the yellow in there. So Reap, for me, even sometimes, okay, let's say one of my historical guys, one of their videos, it's maybe 18 minutes long. It's taken me up to 3 days just to watch like one of their 18-minute long vids. I'm not joking there, Reap. Yeah. I mean, it will sometimes take days just to get through a short vid. Oh, that's right. Marco is gonna be at Adepticon, of course. That's right. No, that's too much orange. I want that to be different from the hair. I want that to be different from the hair. Now, of course, Reap, here's what's interesting is that basically the chapters of the video. Well, okay, the last video is 2 hours. There are 5 chapters. On average, they're about 25 minutes long. Now, there's the intro, which is about usually 4 to 5 minutes. Where's my. I'm going to have to get me some more to wait out here, yeah. But in general, each of the chapters is about 25 to usually 30 minutes is like the longest chapter. Sometimes they go a little bit longer, depending on what I have to do. But generally, yeah, each chapter is about 25 minutes long. I hope that you get a chance to do the Repricon thing there, Arda Michael. I mean, Repricon is super fun. Wish that I could go there. The date and distance, just unfortunately, they really do not line up with what's possible. A bummer, but is what it is. There we are. Oh, actually, Cam did. Now, wait, Cam did you get the email with all the links? Gee whiz. I thought I asked you that already, but I don't know if I did. Okay, good. Now, Camden, I might have forgotten to put the latest one in there, episode 2 of the whatchamacallit series. Although maybe it's in there, but I might have forgotten that one. But, I mean, you just probably just saw that one. Here's hoping that definitely works out for you there, Erda Michael, for sure. There we go. Now we got some separation between those pieces and parts. So Cam, there's some other songs I'll shoot you an email with, since the Instagram just doesn't work. I wish that it did, Camda. That would be way easier for me than trying to like send songs in an email. But uh, I'll kind of give you some of the history of them when I send you those. Now I want to get, where's that violet? There it is. Because this worked out really nifty on one of our other. Yeah, there we are. Gotta do that on this. There we are. This little bit of this, the crazy fold in that muscle there. No, too late. Too late. We're gonna back off of that. There we are. That's better. Arda Michael, that's what this is all about. Yep, that's that's what this stuff is all about. Kind of done with all that other stuff. It's gonna be all this stuff now. No more fooling around with other people's stuff. Basically, it's gonna be my stuff now. There's plenty of it. And I gotta tell you, Cam, I'm really looking forward to seeing not just miniatures of these, but the cyber versions of them as well. I think it could be interesting. Now, yeah, I'm not sure how it's all gonna work out. You know, what's like obviously with the like the kimonos or something, where the chrysanthemums and the other flowers are more of a digital pattern, or the again more of a fiber optic sort of a pattern. There. Now, where's my, there's my ombre. There you are. Also, I'm mixing the dioxazine violet and the ombre together here. That's kind of been a fun little combo for some of these darks here. Nope. Not quite that big. There's a giant blob on the end of that brush. That's better. Have yourself a good night there, Irid. Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest link one more time before you head off to sleep, why don't you go ahead and do that? So great to see you, of course, Irid. And again, sorry that work has been, well, like that for sure. Doing this. And there we go. All right. All righty. Boom. Reap, when I was, of course, the camera boom is basically right in the way of me reading the chat. So when I saw that Reap, I thought I read that as make him the Mr. Bean of miniature painting, which I don't know, Cam, wouldn't you say some of the videos do qualify as technically almost like an episode of Mr. Bean? Like remember the one thing with the basing stuff, right? Where we're using that foam clay. I think that qualifies as a Mr. Bean episode. We'll do this, some of that. There we go. And now there. So yeah, I just I read that Reap is Mr. Bean. Well, what's it? Oh yeah, the Bob Ross of miniature painting. We hear that a lot, but not everybody can be the Mr. Bean of miniature painting. Mm-mm. Let me do some of that here. I've also been called the MacGyver of miniature painting. Speaking of ReaperCon, that was where I first got the nickname as the MacGyver of miniature painting. This will come as a complete and total shock that I went into the garbage. I grabbed like one of those Sunny Delight lids for one of those orange juice thing or so-called orange juice, whatever. I just grabbed some basing bits and what is that? A bones miniature. And by the next day, I had a fully painted miniature on a plinth made of something that I took out of the garbage can. And nobody could believe it was a bones miniature. It had like 3 different object source lights on it. And that was when they all said that I was the MacGyver of miniature painting. Now, of course, what could be very interesting is a combination of MacGyver and Mr. Bean, who, while MacGyver is building his nuclear reactor out of a ball of lint and some duct tape, obviously, if he Mr. Beans that, well, maybe there's a little bit of a chain reaction. Now we're getting some of that darker red down into the crevices there before we kind of hit it with our lighter lights. Again, we've only been working on this for 3 hours. That's it. You can see again how the hair gets darker right as it recedes down into our shadow areas. Grand Oracle. I know we've kind of done that maybe as part of something, but I think this would certainly be fun. I don't know if the bust would be in even. Well, that's certainly going to be a focus, Grand Oracle. Oh, geez, yeah. I think that'll be a focus. So maybe we'll have to do a painting busts episode on that Grand Oracle for red hair that's not red. Well, oh, there's a title for you, Grand Oracle. Red hair that's not red, which also is red. Little, yeah, I'll just darken you down a bit there too. Now, take some of this, throw that there, and then a couple more of these. Couple more of these. And then we'll be coming back with some of the lighter reds, but we have to let that set, of course. All right, gotta let that set. Reap it. It's been very scary to see how exponential the time savings have become. I mean, when I look and see just how many of these things have been just in the last couple of weeks here, it almost scares even me, and I was kind of there for it. Now we can deepen up these a little. Yep, I had to wait. Had to wait. Patience. Don't be a hasty hobbit. If we hasty hobbited these things, well, this wouldn't be happening right now. Like, at all. Just darken you down there. Now, see that. Oh, that's right. Eggplant. Yes, I used to have eggplant in the garden, too. I might have to throw me some eggplant out there. Do we have something on this? Yes, we do. Got some reds on there. Just whatever's. Darker green. Phthalo. Oh, gee whiz. Let's get a little bit of this on our radiant green. And then we'll break out the old fast matte white as well. It's after 3 hours. We always say that's 3 hours. We can maybe break out the fast matte white. Ah, there we go. That is something else we needed up here. Come on, this side. There. In these, can we reach these? Yeah, that was a little bit more of the dark that was supposed to go there. That's alright. We'll get it cleaned up. I'll see you later there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate you being here. And of course, again, Grand Oracle, take care. And again, I hope that the knee stuff just starts feeling better. I know that's been real annoying and all that. So sorry about that, Grand Oracle. But take care. See you on the next stream here. There. Try that. Yeah, let's try this. Bam. Okay. Green went a little sideways there. It happens. And that's a darker green. Got the a little bit of that Mars black / coal black mixed with the phthalo green. Remember the things like ivory black and lamp black. Those are real weak in comparison. We tend to use stuff like again Mars black, the coal black from Paul Rubens. Those are much stronger, also a bit more neutral, not quite so warm. Well, that's good. That's good there. Of course, well, you can never escape your physical therapy exercises, right, Grant Oracle? Yep, you always be doing those. Hey there, Game Gun. How you doing? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the kind words. Appreciate that. We'll kind of keep reworking that one up there. But yeah, here's hoping, Grand Oracle. That's well, you got lots of. I don't know how many long hikes or canoe trips are going to be involved with this summer coming up there, Grand Oracle. I would guess there's probably one or two of those coming up. So yeah, let's see. We have been working on this 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 23 seconds. And since both of these were primed at the same time, that is what they looked like. That is what she looked like as well. Yeah, I don't think this one would work out as a giant
Hello,
FDM
little
print.
Harvest.
Unfortunately,
Oh
it'd
my
be super
goodness.
cool to have a giant. Well, man, no, maybe if it's that big. Thank you so much, Game God. Appreciate that. Ah, so that's really big wheat for the Shire. She's like, you do realize I'm a different scale than you. So, oh, I keep forgetting. Wait. He's never done a 75 millimeter of me. We've done plenty of Gandalfs. We've done. Oh, thanks, Saint Buddha. Appreciate that. So Saint Buddha, going to get a roll on the Gandalf 6. We have not had a 6 net. We came close. Oh, there we go. That is 2/3 of a 6 for Saint Buddha. Thank you so much, Saint Buddha. Appreciate that. I mean, literally, there's even gummy Gandalf right there. That you realize that stuff's not good for you. It's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, well, you're part of the vinyl food group. That would be your gummies there. Well, glad you're getting a couple weeks off there, but yeah, that's 60 minutes each way. I hate to say it, Grant Oracle, but everything here, the entire troop, including the scoutmaster and all the kids, we didn't just live within walking distance of each other. Oh my gosh, it was more like you could throw a rock and hit everybody's house. So, yeah, I don't mean to bring that up there, Grant Oracle, because that's a long bit of drive in there for the scout stuff. But still glad that the experience is happening, right, Grand Oracle? So game got well, used to have the 2D art business many years ago, but in 2002, 2002 was when we really officially switched over to doing the miniature painting. So the miniature painting is everything. Now, of course, oh gosh, was that 2018 or so when we started doing the Patreon page? Or was it 2017? I think it might have been 2017 when we started doing the Patreon page. Boy, yeah, geez, it's been a long time. Man, that was. I think I only did those in. No, maybe we did do some of those as Boy Scouts. Yeah, we did do some of those as Boy Scouts. Oh, that's right. You just had your Klondike Derby not that long ago, right, Grand Oracle? And of course, well, that's not counting all the years of 2D art, right, Reap? There was many years of 2D art before there was ever miniatures, which is, well, I mean, you can kind of sense it, right, with an awful lot of 2D art principles that end up being included in all of the 3D stuff. And I mean, well, we might have painted one or two. This is just a tiny sampling here of all of the regular paintings, if you want to call them that we've done on the stream. Well, let's see. There's some of our Babylon 5 stuff, but well, remember that painting I showed when I was 13? Well, we did this a couple of months ago, I think. This was our HMS Victory versus Constitution. We had some fun with that. We painted this on our Battle of Midway anniversary, and then we did tons and tons of our spacescapes here. Lots of spacescapes. Here's some of. Oh, look at that little space landscape there. More spacescapes, and oh, look, even more spacescapes. Because, yeah, sometimes we paint them in 2D and sometimes we paint them in 3D. Because ships are going to ship, that's for sure. We love our ships here. So, yeah, that's, of course, we've been doing this for a wee while. I was telling this, wasn't it last night, I think, Kanda? I was telling the story of, well, I think the first art show I had, I was 13, and my dad and I were going crazy with the miter box, making frames. Going absolutely bonkers with that miter box. And it certainly was not the nifty compound miter box that I have nowadays. Oof, was not one of those. It was a little shy of that. This is a nasty old-fashioned wooden miter box. And painted all of those on stream. You can find those episodes on the YouTube channel, specifically the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Yeah, Grant. It was literally just the little block of wood with the your little slots for sticking the saw. Not like the compound miter box that I have that can cut multiple angles at the same time, and you can switch out the blades on it and everything. Yeah, we're talking about old-fashioned, basically like not the hacksaw type, but kind of what looks like the butcher's knife there. It was that type of saw, and an old-fashioned miter box. And the thing is, Grant Oracle, let's just put it this way: the miter box wasn't quite. There've been a few of the cuts that had gone astray, so yeah, it wasn't exactly a perfect miter box. We'll put it that way. So game got one of the things we were showing earlier. That question came up earlier. We call them basically color charts, and that's a good way to kind of get familiar with the oil paints before you really have to deal with the oil paints. We also, and this is good for acrylics too, grab one light color, one dark color, just do a value study. And again, it could be handy for acrylics as well, but with the oil paints, you don't necessarily want to be struggling with all the different aspects of the oils, all the different consistencies. Some are translucent, some are opaque. If you just take the two colors, well, you're going to have a lot less to battle with there. The metal hadn't been invented yet, Cam. The first frames that I cut were with obsidian knives. No, flint knives. There you go. Yeah, Camda. Just imagine using a flint knife and a stone miter box. That's how long ago that was. So here's those color charts we were talking about here. Oh, let's get those out of the way. So yeah, here, these can be very, very valuable because they show you a bunch of different things. The consistency of the paint. This is very opaque. It's also got a little bit of a sheen to it. Here you can see this one, even though they kind of look the same, this one's a stronger color than this. Why? Because the color keeps going and going and going. Here, this is 50-50 at best. This one's more like a 70-30 right here. Same deal. Look how strong that is. Yeah, they both have the same name. Two different types of dioxazine violet. Very weak here, very strong there. You can see these magentas. Well, that's a little more red than that one. And here, this got a little bit more blue in that red than that one. They're supposed to both kind of be the same color right there. Let me do this here. So now, Reap, I don't know if you've been seeing some of the, well, I say more recent. We're talking, what, 2024 when we started doing the darker, yeah, the darker primer approach. So don't really do as much of the pre-glaze stuff as I used to do. It's sort of situational, but yeah, not really a lot of pre-glaze anymore. Not in the classic sense these days. This was sort of a hybrid. It was kind of a little bit of pre-glaze and kind of not. We're just breaking this away. Actually, I'm using some of the newly found Naples yellow with some of the Indian yellow here. Try and get some of that down in here. There we are. Get some of that lighter stuff in the petals here. Also in there, and we can still go lighter on these petals for sure. We can go later on those. Yeah, we're not even 3.5 hours in. Just like radically different, right, Grant Oracle? It's crazy how different those can be. You just would not think they would be that insanely different. Let's get some more yellow in there. A little more up there. Something down in there. And then, of course, Grand Oracle, there's the, was it the Windsor Newton version, which doesn't look like any of them. I mean, it basically looks like burnt umber. That's what's really weird about that one. It just essentially looks like burnt umber. Now, is this going to be the lightest we're going to go on here? Let's find out. See what happens here. We might go slightly later than that, but we're getting close to that being the lightest light we would use on the hair. So now which figure was that? And also too, I guess what was the date on that one too? Because that one might be from a while ago. So like Grand Oracle was saying, and we mentioned it earlier, right? You got those Schmeich Marine shoulder pads, like 800 of them sitting on that sprue. Just chuck some primer onto that sprue, and paint away on the shoulder pads. Talk about actually Grand Oracle. That would be good for all kinds of things. Lots of blending, right? Even some glazy stuff, even some freehand stuff. Oh, that was, oh gosh, technically that was actually years ago, Reap. Yeah, that was probably about, ooh, that might have been as long ago as 2021 or something. Because I basically I had to Twitch wouldn't let you have your old episodes anymore on Twitch, so 4,539 hours all went away, and that's why we started the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Let me see if I can find the motto writers. But we did like four of those, and one of them was a tutorial video. I know that. Boy, it might be a little while. Scroll. Oh, wait a minute, maybe. I just saw some. Nope, I might have already passed by the motto writers. That's some of the. No, that's not. Oh, there they are. There's the motto writers. Finally found them. Yeah, that was definitely in the days of pre-glaze right there for sure. Already scrolled past my screen. One second, we'll get there. Did I find it? There it is. So yeah, that is the motto writer in question. That is from Archvillain. So yeah, Reap. Unfortunately, basically what 4.5 years worth of Twitch sessions, or close to 5 years worth of Twitch sessions, all had to go away. And I tried to restore as many as I could on the again on the YouTube channel there. There's hundreds more, Reap. There's literally hundreds more old sessions that I have to do the same thing with. Now we only kind of just started the process of restoring those. Let me get some more on my light on the here, right in here. Yeah. And even that's blending with all of the mid-range stuff, all the darker stuff. Here's some now. And of course, things like our different types of flats. We have a whole series on flats. Now, here's the tarot card version, which actually this can be a good training ground for freehand. Then we have the kind of the next level of stuff there. Boy, can you imagine what this would look like, Grand Oracle, as more like our, say, our Lancelot here? Where is he? Here he is. Can you imagine Aragorn being more like that? That would be very interesting. And again, this is based on one of my paintings. That's why, again, all of the faces on these things are much more developed and specific, because they literally are just my paintings made three-dimensional. Doing that right here. So we still have, oh, and of course we have the Lady of Shalott bust here. This was the other figure. So the two figures that I printed now, that's the second, the Lady of Shalott figure. The first one, the test print didn't go the way I wanted it to, so I redesigned the figure. And that is printed out now. And again, the other figure that printed is the cyber version of Bridget here. No idea how it's going to work out. It's as complicated as this one was to print, that one was more complicated and more difficult. So it may not quite, maybe it won't work out. Maybe it'll work out great. So Grand, oh, we did one super early on this Grand Oracle. We did not, we don't think we had even any of the red in the hair. We barely had anything there. Uh-huh, sure enough. Wow, look at that. I think this might get us a little bit of everything. There we go. I mean, even that's like 5%. That's like 5% already. Look at the differences there. Now, I don't know if you've had a chance to see these Grand Orca, but let's grab our Cyber Nimue here. Oh, also two water effects in place. So the translucent cloth has nothing to do with light and dark. It literally has nothing to do with it. Now we have Wraith Nimue. Again, the shading, okay, it looks like cloth. What's translucent is the color because gee, you see what's underneath. It's a very simple thing. There's nothing complex about translucent cloth. You paint whatever's underneath it. Water down there, hair up there, skin over there, metal over there. Enough said. Easy peasy. So Grand Oracle, again, thanks for everything. Thanks for everything. And oh yeah, I'll check out the message yet to the stream there too. Thanks for the heads up. Let me try a little more. There we go. There we are. I think, do we have our, oh, we do have it. Yes, we do. So there's the first bas relief that we made of our Bridget there. Yeah, that's basically the original painting, but done in relief style. The miniature, of course, the figure had some different considerations for that, so it looks there's going to be some differences from the original painting. Can't get too yellow with this. I mean, we sort of don't mind the because then it kind of goes along with, say, like the wheat and some of the flowers. But if it's too yellow, then it'll look too much, well, like the little headdress type thing there. See you later tonight there, Grand Oracle. Again, thanks as always. Appreciate it. What have we here? A little bit more like right in there. Also that. That might have been a little more than we wanted, and well, that's no problem. Here, let's take some of this here. Bam, all gone. Oh, better. Let me see if we can also manage to get just a couple little lighter strands there. Not too much. Again, otherwise it's going to essentially be about the same as the headdress that's right next to it. That would be too much. That's still too much. I'm going to go back to this. There. Nope. Back to this again. Nice. There we go. Little extra there. Okay, we'll do a couple little things here. Couple little shots here, and then we'll leave that be for now. Oh man, how about our little orangey stuff there? Lighter yellow stuff there and also on that one. That's kind of like what we did on the front of it there. And then we're going to go green. Let's change this back here. We'll just do that first, and then we'll take our oxide green and blammo over the top of that. Good enough. That's all. That is all. I wonder. Let me try some of this. No, that is. Gotta break that down. It is just a whole chunk of blah right there. Ah, that's working. Here. Where is that? You know, maybe I'll go with this. Nah, that's a bit. Yeah, here. Let's warm that up a little bit with some of our brown. Okay, lighter steel. A little lighter on the edge of that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go refresh that medicine super quick. Super quick. I shall be right back. We're gonna get some lighter stuff now on our. I think these. Yeah, that's had a chance to set. Maybe even some even lighter stuff on our leaves. Also gonna get the fast mat weight out there to get lighter stuff, kind of like well all over the place. So don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. break out the fast matte white like we were talking about here. Then we'll just throw it over here, I guess. Yeah, I'll just throw it right over there. This is as light as we can go here. This is it. Oh, let me get a little drop thinner on that just to keep it going. Gonna snag me some of that and we'll bring it somewhere else, maybe over here real quick, like get some over like down here on these petals, like this. There we are. These have still some of the background kind of yellowish type color in them. And of course, we like them sunny side up, apparently. That's not really how I like. Yeah, but really more just like give me the omelets or something like that. Or scrambled. Never really been the sunny side up type or anything like that. You know, we'll do a leaf on that one too. That's so we can always again make those adjustments. No big deal. Not a problem. Over here. Make these lighter now. I think, oh yeah, this is one of the last ones I did before I really started doing my own, like super custom supports. I did a few on this one. Or maybe I didn't do any. Maybe I didn't do any on this one. I don't know. It's everything has been such recent developments. I know I got I got a couple of them over here. Let's do that. And then this right here. Touch more. No, not on those. Not on those. Lighten that up a little. And then maybe here, like the edge of this, super quick. And now let's get some of this up here for sure. Several different places. Start on this stuff. Probably come back with a little bit of our, oh yeah, kind of amber mix of the Indian yellow and maybe some of the umber or Indian yellow and our violet there. Touch more light there too. Long couple edges of the crown and then maybe even here. A few little highlights there. Also there. Catching some lights on the top of our knotwork stuff here. That will hopefully bring some of these edges forward. That too. get our lighter red on those petals. But we can even mix the white with that. I was hoping to get some right over here because this has some darks and then a bunch of mid-tones, and that is about it. That's okay. That is the extra little bit of light I was hoping for. Thank you so much, Mood. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. We could use ourselves a little bit of this. And also, we say, so say we all. So thank you so much, Mood. Appreciate that, Mutu D2. Back to our main scene. And hopefully your Saturday goes very well. Okay, we'll be tackling the bust version of this. I'll see if I can't have the Morrigan bust ready to go too, just in case maybe we have a chance to get to that as well. Mutu, thank you so much. It really does. It really does help a bunch because, well, these things they require a wee bit of resin. And that stuff tends to go towards getting more of that resin here so that we can keep cranking out these sculpts here. I'm just really enjoying the 75 mil stuff here. It is it's the irony is that one of the whole reasons I started doing the 3D printing stuff to start with years ago was just because it was almost impossible to get my hands on 75 mil sculpt, at least enough of them to do lots and lots of tutorials and live sessions. And again, all of these ones that I'm doing myself here, these are essentially designed with the sculpts designed with 72 mil in mind. And then all the busts, same thing, designed with a certain size in mind. Now, of course, I have been printing out a whole bunch larger. I'm going to try it. I am going to try a wee bit. A little touch of that on the lips down there. Just a little bit. Also, some up here. Some up there. It's my version of a terracotta army there, Camda. Yeah, that would be my version of a that would be, yeah, the terracotta army for Wappelville. Would be a bunch of a bunch of these all in 1-to-1 scale, right, Camda? Nah, let's take that away 1 second here. Okay, that's better. Brush literally just rolled out of my hand as that brush rolled onto the palette. All of it not terribly convenient. Lighten you up a bit there. A little touch right there. Oh yeah, that needs to be lightened up a little. Oh yeah, all the cheers and the subs and the bits and all that kind of stuff. That pretty much goes towards the end. Things like resin, things like filament stuff that we use a little bit of that, right, Camda, trying to make stuff to paint. Alright, we'll hit this with a little more light there. Also, some more light there, yeah. Some light there. More reflected light on the underside of the chin here. Well, Reaper, I'm glad that you were able to get those. Again, we we can never confirm nor deny the existence of any purchases, right? We have no idea here. Now, again, I also use these here we have the griffins here. We use a fair amount of these, but there are an awful lot of equivalents to these in the Paul Rubens there. Now, the Paul Rubens are going to be less expensive than those. A lot less expensive. I don't know if I would say a lot less expensive, but less expensive for sure. Get rid of this. Not really doing anything on this because I'll just stick my hand in that for sure. There. So this one over here. Never really did get the lighter stuff. There. Oh, the lighter green. That's right. That is right. Well, look at there. We got that radiant green just sitting there. We'll try to get some of that. Whoops, too light. On a couple of the leafy things here. After this, I'm going to try to at least get the lighter reds on the petals there for sure. More lighter greens. And Reaper, now again, the first stuff I ever really used on the miniatures was, well, it was actually the MIG ammo oil brushers. That was the very first stuff. Then I just started using the Wintons, and then eventually we discovered, the Alkyd stuff, and then came to discover the Paul Rubens. And that's been really a fantastic resource to have. Because, well, it was earlier in the stream. It was a couple of hours ago. We picked up the thing we did last night, and no, it's not dry. You can still feel some of the tackiness there, but what it is not one of those things where 2-3 days from now it'll be just as wet. No, 2-3 days from now it will be bone dry, as in like, well, it won't be. It'll be bone dry before 2-3 days, probably by tomorrow. Really, I would anticipate Sunday. I would be able to if there's any shiny stuff on there, I'll be able to hit it with the Army Paint or Anti Shine. Take care of that. Now I'm maybe more towards the violet. We're just gonna grab that red to do this here. Come on. Break it down some more. I was hoping that this, again, red would be a little bit less orangey because we want to really leave that to the hair. More of our magenta in a couple other places here. We'll still go later than that, but we're gonna have to wait now. We did this. We'll have to wait to come back at that. Get rid of that little weird bit that got out onto the green there. And like we were saying, the alkyds just in general for folks that are newer to the oils, they are way more forgiving. Because the typical thing that happens to a person new to the oil paint is they will pile on orders of magnitude too much paint, somewhere between 4,000 times too much paint. And what happens is, well, it never dries. Doesn't even look like there's any hope of it drying. There's disappointment, and they just say, nah, looks like the oil stuff's not really for me, and then they don't do it anymore. The alkyd stuff is to hopefully maybe avoid that particular situation where things just go real haywire from the start. I mean, there was a point came to that this was in 2020. I thought 3D printing, I wasn't going to be able to do it. I just thought, okay, clearly I don't know how this works. It's not going the way it's supposed to. And I forget what it was that, well, actually, it was the way people were trying to communicate stuff to me. I forget what it was to kind of open the window to stuff, but yeah. I think what was happening, there was a lot of jargon being used right away, and I had no idea what any of it meant. And of course, well, and Reap, hopefully we can see you on the next stream when we do the bust version of this. And I'll try to have the Morrigan bust also ready to go, just on the off chance. And again, unless something weird happens, I'm hoping to do the earlier Saturday start, which would be 10 Central. And again, sometimes things just kind of unfortunately step in and get in the way of earlier starts. Yeah, this is all I can do on these here. That's gonna stop anymore. Just doesn't make any sense. What does make sense though is maybe get some of this onto the hand here. Use this as the proverbial blending brush right there. There it is. Gonna try to work in a bit of a lighter red there. Same blending brush as before, and we just do a little tap, tap, tap. That's all we're doing. We're not doing this. I'm just gonna smear stuff. We're doing this tap, tap, tap. What that effectively does is take away the excess paint. Takes away the excess. Is that going to be too light on our... Yeah, maybe not too much of that on the face, I think. I will try to get a little of that mixed with our fabulous green that's going to go down here. Remember, we were talking about making some of this a little darker, also perhaps even a little bit more towards the green. Now we'll get some of the magenta, just a couple little places here. Now the brownish, whatever there. I'm going to try to do a little darker green on some of these leaves here. Ooh, let me try that lighter green. Lighter green on those. Nope, nope, nope. Let me just grab this lighter stuff here for the center of our flower there. Nope, let me clear that out again. There we are. Oh, geez, I didn't realize where I was going to say, oh, yeah, it's been like a little over 3.5. No, it's been 4 hours now. Going to get a little bit lighter on that gourd there. So yeah, on the bust version, went with a bit of a flame there because I was hoping to do some object source lighting. Of course, having the wheat fronds right next to the light source there could be difficult. So yeah, Mood 2, they're all, here, let me grab you one of them. So they're all, it's, there you go. See, it says alkyd resin right there. Alkyd resin oil paint. Also, too, now there's the standard set. It's got basically the 38. However, this is a key thing for a lot of the tutorials that we do here. There are also those, which is significant because, well, we'll just use, there it is. This one tube right here will cost you minimum of 15 to 20 some odd dollars. So on average, 20 bucks. You can get the whole set of 12 for maybe what, 20 something there, Camden? Yeah. So you could have a whole set of 12 different fluorescents, which are also alkyd, or one of these. Oh, by the way, you basically can't get these outside the U.S. You can, but it's not easy. Oof, it is very much not an easy thing to do. Hey there, Dave. How you doing? Boy, Judge Dave, been a while. I hope that everything is going really well there, Judge Dave. Hope it's all going fantastic. Great to see ya. So many fun new things going on, Judge Dave. Lots of fun new things. I mean, it's pretty wild, all the things that we've been able to do. But, making our own figures and such, busts, everything else. Glad that you're getting back to doing some painting there, Judge Dave. Hopefully, maybe you were able to find something, maybe something that you've been wanting to do for a while. So yeah, sorry about that there, Reap. It's, well, let's see. Right now, it's, what, 3:41 in the morning? Yeah. It's not kind of the way I wanted things to be. It's just, it's kind of the way the stream stuff has worked out. Well, glad that, that sounds like a massive project there, Judge Dave. That sounds like a massive project. Mood, it's very, I almost got confused. Oh yeah, Mood 2. Yeah, I came very close a couple of times. Because it'll say alkyds. Now, of course, if they change the labels on us, right, Cam, all bets are off. But look for those, because the labels for the regular oils, Mood 2, are, they are definitely different. They are not like that. So yeah, unless you see those, and you can, I think, zoom in on the images. It will say it's got the stripe here. It's not black and the color. It's white, and it will say right here. It will say alkyd resin right there. It's a bit of a bummer that again. It's so hard to tell. You really got to look and make sure. I'm fairly certain. Well, I guess what would you say? Yeah, Friday morning, I got to sleep at 11:15 in the morning. Yeah, that's when I got to sleep. Get not too much light down in those recesses there. Gonna try to catch a couple little things here. Couple little bits there. Let me hit this now. Also there. That too. I'm gonna go darker. Let me just grab the umber here to start with. Change a couple of these around here. I'll change that one maybe to our yellow or something. Okay. And guys, Camden and guys, why don't you guys share your links there in the chat so that people can give you guys the follows there so that they can see some folks working with the oil paints. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have said something sooner there. Get a little bit more of my, well, that was supposed to be a little bit more. That's a lot a bit more. All good. We'll make it work. So that is going to change here. Guess we'll change this one too. Get some light on that. So again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Ngane's just shared. Yeah, Mutu for sure kind of, because, oh man, I had to zoom in on the pictures there, Mutu. And by zoom in, I mean like where that tube of paint filled the whole screen. Now I don't have a giant monitor. It's maybe a 24-inch or something like that. But still way bigger than a phone, that's for sure. Man, there was more than one time. Well, obviously now it's not such a big deal because I know what I'm looking for. But that first time around, I most definitely had the non-alkyd version sitting in that cart there. And the fluorescents were worse, right, Camden? It was even harder to find those. Now I'm wondering here. this side gotta do something a little different there. We're gonna take this, some of our green, some of our skin tone here. The our wheat there is a bit in the way. Where there's some wheat, it's in the way. I might even, well, I had that white there. I'm going to go a little lighter up here. Maybe, let me go back a little bit here. No, I need some more of the red in that. Ah, that's the one I was just using in that area before. Now let's restore the darker line of the eye lid here. Let's try this, see if we can make this happen. I think we sort of got it there. Now I have to go back, unfortunately, with my much lighter green here on the eyes, because that got a bit out of whack. Now I have to do the darker part again. Let's try it again, but for the pupil here. Gotta make sure she's looking in the same direction. And I think I just need to cut that down. Let me try my really light stuff again here on a couple parts of the eye here. Let's see. And Twitch is really spectacular on the phone, right, Mutu? It really, oh gosh, it can be very painful trying to use it on the phone, even after all these years, right? So yeah, Boise is a think. Well, again, my plan is I would really like to be able to start at the 10 p.m. or thereabouts Central Time. So that's the goal anyway. And unfortunately, again, sometimes things just, well, they pop up and they make it impossible to do the earlier start like that. But here's hoping that it all works out. Oh, geez, sorry there, Mood. There you go. Sorry there, Mutu. There you are. Sorry about that. It's funny because Mutu, I was reading it like normal. And I'm like, wait a minute, what's my... Yeah, I didn't realize that it was. So, yeah, sorry it took a little second to see that there, Mutu. That might make a little more sense now to the folks there. Why was I bringing up all that stuff about using the phone and stuff for Twitch? That would be why. I don't know if gee whiz, I think outside of the when I do the raids, that's about the only time I ever have Twitch on anywhere else but the phone. Try and catch up, yeah, a little bit more of this. I think I can't make that yellow a little lighter. No, that's about as light as I can go on those. All right. Now, a big old clump of paint on there. Let's get rid of that. I'll have to be satisfied with that for right now. We will take our darker green. Sharpen up a few things there. I'm going to try to get some just regular flock and foliage down in there too, most likely. Maybe try to get a little bit of the yellow back on those petals there. So Cam did something like this. This is where I think the fan supports would potentially be a little bit. Actually, what was weird, Cam, that was trying to separate things from the fan supports. They were a little bit rough on the pieces there, trying to just remove the fan support, which is weird. That's not kind of how I usually saw those. But yeah, these might be a good candidate for the fan supports, I think. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Uh, Stick with this lightest yellow here. Again, the furthest reaches here of these wheat fronds. And yes, the wheat fronds might be a little bit bigger than they normally would be, but if you want those to print out, they can't be too small, right? Do this here. Might have to come back with some of my darken that one right over there. That got a little jinky. Taking that same light here around those. Still working with this very, very light yellow here. Back to more of our fast matte white here. A couple parts of the cloth, especially again where the lightest light should be. Carry that down here a little more. And then also I'm thinking of like on the very, very, very ends here. On some of our wheaty fronds. Gotta eat your Wheaties there. which I never actually had. I think I might have ate them once as a kid, and I thought these are not super spectacular. We'll drag down a little bit more again of the latest light here on these fronds where they're going to be exposed and catch the most light. That up here as well. Back to this here. Did we do the? No, we haven't done this kind of the central group of our wheat fronds. Let's get to these. And even though the here's right here, it really wouldn't be doing a whole bunch of shadow on these. I don't think so. Get that, and now this is one. That. Here, some more. That too. That as well. Maybe we okay, I got some of that here. And some of this really light yellow. So let's combine our light yellow and our greener. I don't know, is this all that much lighter than what I already see on here? I'm not so sure. Well, it's a little lighter. Fine, I'll just grab more of that. Okay, now that should do it. Oh yeah, that's gonna do it. Now we've got that lighter green that I wanted to see. Here too. Texture on these leaves. On our leafy bits, right, Candace? Since botany and astronomy, we cover those thoroughly on this channel with the cratery things and leafy bits. So that's where a bunch of the red stuff gone, and I figured I was going to be going over the top of that with these lighter greens, so I wasn't exactly broken up about that. Now I might also, let me maybe hit the some of the later parts of our stone knot work on there too. Before I forget, we're most of the way around here. We're getting close to going all the way around with our lighter green here. Hey there, Recoil. Great to see ya. So, well, Recoil, hopefully you've had some more success with the camera stuff there. I know that was, you kind of had the theory, and then you're trying to get that to work with the equipment there. So hopefully, still kind of continuing to have some success with that. Recoil. I'm sorry. I actually took a couple of pictures of the original, those B5 originals there. Recoil. I just things got real crazy here, so I wasn't able to send them to you. But I actually took pictures. There was that one pencil drawing of Sheridan and Dolin. Now I wonder if it's here. Let me see if it's in this batch of pics here. Well, actually, I don't know if you even had a chance to see some of these. So these are some of the spacescapes here. Would really like to try that one as well, but is this it here? One sec. Ah, there we go. Yeah. So that was another super fun one. I don't know if you remember that scene right there, but that's another one of our B5s there. Oh yeah, it says actually, well, no, not there. So it is. It's kicked off. It is now kicked off. So again, we cover all things footy here. Greater Western Sydney Giants lead the Hawthorn Hawks right now at the end of the first. Hopefully that I thought you would have said first half there, Rico, and then I read it again. I'm like, no, that's just the first. That's some mad goal kicking right there. That is a serious amount of goals. Yeah, oh man, first quarter. Well, I'm guessing it's not. Are they indoors, Rico? All right, I get they might be indoors also. But yeah, I'm guessing that's not a windy game or something like that. Bring it. Yeah, let's get our couple more lights of our green in there. Now, Rico, are you using the same kind of score tracker thing and the radio like I've had to use? That's where that three announcer format gets real dicey there, Recoil, because obviously they switch, and it's one thing when it's on TV or when you can see what's going on, and they're kind of switching around, from one announcer to the next. Yeah, well, now we're 4.5 hours in here on our Bridget. Yeah, that might have been a little too light back in there. Oh, so yeah, a bit more on that. Now, we were talking about hitting this. We don't want to forget about this. Let me just get this super quick. Unless you know what? Let me go darker. When in doubt, go darker. So we're going to go darker first here. Yeah, recoil. I would imagine that the whole, again, casting from your phone to the TV is a lot easier than it was even just 3-4 years ago. I don't have one of those to project it to. Wow, geez, recoil, you definitely would have to take, even if you just take some pictures or something like that in the stands. That would be super wild. Man, that would be tremendous. That would be like remember when Ryan sent pictures, his daughter was in the band, and he actually was down on the field after Iowa State won that game. That would be true sideline reporting there, Recoil. And of course, we cover all things footy on the Wappeville Sports Network. Even though everything still seems to be very focused on college football there. The bitter rivals of Swampton. And of course, well, now we have some new participants, right? We have Oxide University. So it's not just Swampton and Barton. Are we just about ready for it? We're almost ready for this. We have to kind of work our way back around here. So yeah, Recoil, I kind of did a little experiment, a bit like what I do with some of the other things, where I took the prompt from one, took it into the other with the same riff, and got very different images. I mean, super different images. It was crazy. Tried to do the same thing with the bust version, and it was kind of a bust. It did not work as well as it did on the figure. And then that whole thing where you can basically keep, if you want, keep adding 10-second segments there, Recoil. So you hit extend, and you basically pick whatever frame you wanted to pick up from in your last section of video there. Now I will say this, Recoil, that stuff starts to change with each one of those you do. Yeah, the things look less and less like they did in the original 6 to 10 seconds. There we go. Now that's starting to really stand out. So let's see you later there, Incanes. Thanks for being here. Everybody, please give Incanes a follow. Incanes, one more time. I know you've done it a couple of times already, but if you want to share some stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. And well, good luck with all the visitors and all the new entities and everything else, like always. Try to get me some more of my light in here. Well, that's it's just so weird that there's just certain things that are unusable in one, and the other does them real well. And it would be nice if they would just kind of like say, hey, you know what? We added this. But oh no, I guess it's a super secret there for Recoil. Bring in you. Also that. So again, getting some of our latest there. We'll get a little of the light along the edge of our stone there, but there's a lot of the leafy bits hanging over the top of that. Again, we're still working our way around here. Come on. There. As soon as we get to that little roundel in the front, we've worked our way all the way around with this kind of lighter grayish violet. There. And we might, no, that's a little more than we wanted there. Which is funny because it went right next. There was another one of those places where too much of the later stuff got there. We were able to take them both out there. Thanks, Recoil. I have the cyber version of this. It's still sitting on the printer. I never even got a chance to take that off of the printer. I'm hoping to be able to do that after the stream. We'll see if all that fiber optic stuff worked. Recoil. If I was able to A, get the supports on there, and B, if, well, would I be able to remove the supports without removing whole entire parts of the figure? Again, that's why these are all test figs. All these things are just tests to see if this stuff works. Yep, Recoil, I sent you the pictures of it. So yeah, I sent you the pictures of it, and this is the fiber optic cables. There's a big thing that goes up and down, up and around like that. And then there's more of them wrapped up down there. There's also some circuit boards and such. And Rico, I was thinking of doing the. Well, I also have. I think I sent you the picture of Cyber. Well, I sent you actually the rotating video there. Yeah, of Cyber Morgan. I did another test print of the Lady of Shalott miniature. The first one, the test print just didn't work out. There's just parts of it that were too thin, so we tried to make those much heavier, change those around. Well, we'll see if it worked. No idea if it did. Won't know until I get those things off the build plate. And I was gonna, well, basically recoil. Oh, and I also printed out a giant version of this. Yeah, here. So that's what we did last night. Well, I mean, I could have made it actually bigger, but it is at least 2.25 times the size of that. So it is not tiny. And they kind of, well, now that I have the, well, what would you say, the big old rectangles on the bottom, they're like bookends there, recoil. They literally look like a pair of bookends. Well, if you had a couple of them, they would be like bookends. I'm just trying to maybe a little separation here between some of the petals there. Just kind of do that on some of these. Our light ones here. Separate those. Trying to separate some of these. So good luck feeding the orklings there, Camja. Good luck feeding the orklings. Recoil earlier on. Well, this is a cuisine channel after all. So my sister, she came and dropped off all the food supplies and all that. I made dump cake after she left. Remember how I was just kind of like looking around in cupboards for like any kind of leftover dry goods that weren't 15 years old and stuff, just because I hadn't had a chance to get to the store? Well, then today, after she drops off food and I just had made some stuff, then the neighbor said, "Hey, Jose made this tilapia, but also with the like Brussels sprouts and stuff." And I guess I'm going to have to add Brussels sprouts recoiled to the garden, to the list of things to try and plant in the garden, because I used to have those. I had Brussels sprouts. I had, oh yeah, too much of that brown on there. I also had the eggplant there. I had all kinds of nifty stuff. I guess it's going to be back to a much more exotic garden there. So yeah, recoil. I guess I'll have to go back in the garden, which is good because as much as I loved having the pepper plants, the tomato plants, and all that, something tells me that those expand at a much faster rate than say something like a Brussels sprout plant. I don't think that's going to really explode, become like 8 feet high and 4 feet wide. I mean, who knows? It might. I'll have to read about them. It says it's been a while. It's just like a stalk, right? Recoil, and it's like a stalk with a bunch of bulbs hanging off of it. I think. Again, it's been over 25 years probably since I last was growing Brussels sprouts in a garden. And again, this is it's a botany channel, I guess, of course, or it's an agriculture. Well, it is a botany channel, but also an agriculture channel, among the many other things. Back down in here with some of the darker stuff. Separate some more things there. I will try to go a little bit lighter here with the skinny tones again. Nope, nope, nope. Give me some of that Tauros in there. That's gonna be, yeah, that was getting way too chalky there. Tell you what, Rico, the one thing that I really don't have the design, and I liked having, I actually blanched a lot of them, the string beans. I did actually have those, but yeah, I just took a little bit too much work on those guys. Much rather have the asparagus. That's what I'm really after. Is that asparagus? Try to lighten up this too a little more down here. Mm, nope, that's too much. Let's get more of the Turosa in there. There we go. Now back to this lighter stuff, and that might just work here. Yeah, that needed to get a little bit lighter there. Then this here, I know Kathy's family, they were talking about maybe trying to do sweet potatoes. But where they would try and grow them, it's a little bit too far north. Let's put it that way. They would not be super happy with the climate they would be put in, like at all. Let me try one a little lighter here. Yeah. I don't think there's any tomatoes yet on that tomato plant in the living room still. Oh, geez, I still got to get but just gonna lighten this up a little bit under here. I still have to get those biodegradable planter things. Ah, there we go. Yeah, this side was okay. The other side, it was just way too dark over in this area. Ah, that really did. That helped a whole bunch right there. Let me see if this will work in the corners. Trying to alter this side. The other side is pretty good, I think. I'm gonna change up this side. I think we might have done. I'm gonna try the same over the. Yeah, I think we did it. Yeah, that might have worked. That might have worked. Throw back in a little bit of my darker brown there. I want. Let me grab some of this. Well, the crazy, the crazy periwinkle stuff there. Hopefully, that's not too much of a blue. Hopefully, not too dark. That might just do it. A couple of these here. Down in there. Okay. Take the edge off of that. Yeah, so let's try a darker green around this one. Not too much, but I think that is having the desired effect there. So after this, I was thinking I was gonna try and do some air fryer stuff after the stream there, Rico. But oh, and then my sister brought meatloaf. That's right. She brought that turkey meatloaf that she always used to make. So all of a sudden, there's like all this food here that's all of the perishable variety. That's the key thing. It's like we better get through this stuff right quick here. I was not expecting the tilapia from next door. That was not part of the equation. And that. Oh, and then I gave him some of the dump cake that I made. Cause yes, I made that after my sister left. Technically, they had it before I did. I'm gonna try on some of the leafy things here. We're gonna put a little bit of our the veins right in the leaves. Just a little quick suggestion of it here. Nothing too much. Again, on each of those. That too. This one. All of these guys here. Yeah. This guy too. Let me take a little. No, not you. I'm gonna take the violet here. Okay, so yeah. Okay, there was almost kind of a bit of a grayish color there. Do we have one? Oh yeah, we got a couple. One over here. Yeah, that's it. So that might have been a little later than I wanted it to be. Ah, it's okay. That's all right. Okay, I do have some more fast mat white out here still. That is handy because I got this yellow over. I'm gonna try to go with the. I want to have an actual yellow, an actual light yellow on the flower petals. There, is that still not quite there? Alright, fine, a little more of the fast matte white then. Whatever. Sneak in a little of that back there. Down in here, a couple of them right there. Trying to get a little texture in those. Now over here, this one here. Actually, the camping trip there, recoil. Have you done any of those since then? I kind of had one of my little relocations there. Well, it was more of a practical thing than a planned thing or something like that. But here, let me darker, darker green, and we'll do the same. Separate against some of these leaves here, or some of the petals, and the leaves. So yeah, was it really part of the plans? It just kind of ended up working out that way. Where's that green? To darken that down. Geez, Rico. So what's the halftime score there? Gee whiz. Unfortunately, I can't bring up the Aussie Rules site right now. Somehow I thought there would be like a Thursday night game instead of just a Saturday. Well, they might have already had. Unless maybe that's a more of an in-season thing than an opening weekend sort of thing. Catching a little bit of the later ground. Okay, not too much there. I do need to hit a little something here. That is still going to get some flock and foliage there, I believe. Touch of our green down in there. No, no, no. Back to the brown here. Where is my? That's my violet stuff there. Now we'll try the lighter deal in there. Let's do a little bit of blending of that. And then one more hit with the lighter stuff in there, like so. Now we've we've certainly seen 24-point leads go away in a hurry, right? Recoil. I don't know if there's kicking and accuracy on one side and the other side is just, well, kicking golds, the other side is just kicking behind, or if it's just, well, somebody's just getting kicked. Trying to throw a little sharper edge into those. Something on there. Darker there. And again, this figure right here is the very first of our Celtic Goddess series. At least the bust version of this will be done on our next stream, which is later today. So at least that I might try to. Well, I have other busts ready to go, but we'll at least do that one for sure. Some of that green, a little more of the green. Let me see. Is this dark enough here? I think that helps. Lighter skin tone for up here. Ah, there we go. That neutralizes that a little bit more. No, I want more skin tone there, not too light. Yeah, top part of the nose there was looking a little bit too dark, right, Sea Dragon? Great to see you there, as always, Sea Dragon. Appreciate it every time you can join. So yeah, Sea Dragon, excited to see what some of these new prints look like. The cyber version of this. I'm just really hoping that the print worked out. And no way to know. It was as difficult as this was to support. That was even more difficult because the wheat fronds were again literally just like fiber optic cables. So that might have been a little too narrow. Again, there's supports on them, but the supports might just break them off. Let me just use some thinner over here on the umber. There. And again, on the bust version, that's actually we're gonna have a little bit of a flame in the bowl there instead of some harvest goods like gourds and such. Okay, there went that brush. Did I find it? I did actually find it. This is a little bit of clay stuff here and a couple of areas on our wheat fronds here. There's some more. Yeah, okay. And as you can see, there's still some flowers on the bust version. So Cedric, I was working on O'Branwen. That's another one of my paintings. That was actually the last. That was the last of the Celtic, specifically Celtic Goddess paintings that I did. Boy, that's gonna be a long road back there, Recoil. Yeah, that might be a spot of bother for the Hawks. I guess who are the Roos supposed to play there? Recoil. Yeah, I'm gonna just hit those a little bit more again with that. It's not a super dark glaze. That's for sure. Not a super dark glaze. Is this the? Yep, that's the brush I'm looking for. Yeah, I think that the last time maybe they were having some success might have been back in the like those the early mid 2000s when we first started to watch. Well, now we've been doing this for 5 hours. I was thinking it was more like 4.5, but apparently it's been 5 hours. Oh, geez, Armored Wolf, sorry if you wanted to post your link there to the all the dice bags and stuff. Sorry, I haven't asked in a while. That's yeah, a little too dark. A little too. I'm gonna grab just that red and then some of this. This is more like too much of a glob there. This is more like what we were putting in the deepest recesses of our arachne bas relief. That yeah. I also have I think the Lancelot bust and the well the arachnate bust. We'll see what those look like too. I forgot about those. Again, so throwing in some darks into the here, maybe a little something up there. And now we were talking about this, the Indian yellow, and maybe even some of the violet here to again create that sort of an amber-ish type color. Don't want it to be too close to the hair, but that's just like one solid mass right there. We need to cut into that. More of that over there. And then back with our super light highlights here. No, that might have been a little more than we wanted right there. No, I don't think we want to mess around anymore with that. Instead of that being green, I'm actually going to change that to maybe... Whoops, another big old glob of paint on there. Ah, that's okay, there we go. It was way too light there. As in, way, way, way too light. Dark along the top edge. Hey, Boyer, how you doing? Great to see you back. And of course, happy Saturday to you. And of course, here is the arachne in question. That's what we painted last night. We now have a much larger print of that, so we're going to have some fun with it. Where is it? Here it is. It's about 2.25 times the size. Yeah, thereabouts. And of course, maybe next week we might focus in on our Morrigan here. Both the figure and bust version, possibly even our Ariadne. Where's the flat version? There we go. So there's our bas relief version of Ariadne. We also have the miniature printed out of that too. Oh, geez, Rico, that's I kind I kind of completely spaced on that aspect. I completely spaced on that aspect there. Trying to come on. There we go. A little bit more of our violet into that. Let me see. So 5 hours and 7 minutes ago, this looked quite different. Since they were both primed at the same time, I can show you what this looked like. 5 hours ago, it looked exactly like the bust version, because I primed them both at the same time. Yeah, that's what it looked like. Now we're doing a little bit of, this is not actually a glaze right here. We're technically dry brushing this over the top, but because, well, A, oil paints, and B, Indian yellow is part of the color, it's going to be translucent. There we go. Okay, that's getting better there. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, there would be cards of Aussie rolls too. Thanks for it's with the oils. It makes it so easy to do that because you don't have to do like a little bit of layer, a little bit of layer, a little bit of layer. You can just go strong and say, okay, boom, here's the whole thing, wham, almost all at once. And well, less things can go wrong, right? For if you're not gonna do it layer after layer after layer, if you're just kind of doing it, hitting it, and be done with it, not much shenanigans can happen. Less shenanigans. Trying to reinforce a little bit of our of our pen. That down here too, we gotta get some of that. I mean, it should be more dark anyhow, right? We got this whole thing, all that casting shadow there. It's another reason why the tootsies there are not super light because, well, the whole shadow thing over the top of them. Bit, here, let's hit the back of that. Our stalks here. We're gonna try and get a couple little darks in there, and now we got some light in there. Not necessarily super light. Maybe try this. That also has a wee bit of the red in there, so now it's almost a bit magenta-like. Yeah, I might want that for the fingertips. Now, this is another part of the robe here. There. And it's so interesting with this being so opaque, right, versus this, what, 2 weeks ago? We were doing Nimue here. So a little bit different than all the translucent cloth that we did on Nimue. Wow, that's a very different, super different there. Yeah, that's going to get a little, and that's the umber and the white there. Maybe just a teensy bit of something lighter. There we go. Yeah, did not have to be much. A little something more there. Okay, and perhaps this is another thing I've been wanting to do now for a little while. I'm going to take this here green. Some of that umber, maybe not that much umber, but that's kind of a dirty-ish green. And some of that will now go into the recesses here. So it's tinted that green ever so slightly, a little tint of something so that it's not, well, just a whole bunch of brown. I mean, she is in effect kind of standing in a wheat field here and a whole bunch of flowers too. Boy, you can see a whole bunch of the green right there. Yeah, we're just doing the dry brush thing, right? Just doing the dry brush stuff. Taking some, so Again, there's a little extra something something in there. A little extra something, just like what we had on Nimue. Right, same thing here. Just a little hint. There is the slightest hint of some green in there, and that's not a glaze. We just did this, and we just dry brushed it right in there. Now you can see there's some of the darker color, right? Because all of that dark, that was just our kind of a little bit of our glazy stuff that went in there. That was it. Bam. Something. Yeah, let's take that down a little. I'm gonna see if I can't bring in a little. Wow, there's some of that glaze stuff that was done 5 hours ish ago, and it's still kind of on the active side. Now, if we get a whole bunch of thinner on there, we're not going to be able to do the dry brush stuff. So if we wanted to do that with this one, now we would have to, again, do something like that, get all of that liquid out of there, right? Taking, there we go, some of that Mars Yellow Deep. We'll mix it up with this. Just kind of breaking it down some more. Now still some globs there. Get some of that here. I'm just going to take a little piece of paper towel here. And out some of these. And now some of these. Because we have the lighter yellows in there. I think we maybe just need to. Yeah, that is working. Just tone it out in a couple of the petals. Well, the inside of a couple of the petals here. Down in that flower there. Okay. Same thing where we've got some weird edges or whatever on those. Let's get rid of some of that. Well, we're every time you work on stuff, right? There's well, especially if you're trying new things, right? There's always gonna be fun new things that you can learn. No matter how many, for many years as we've been doing this, there's always some kind of new painting situation, some new thing you maybe haven't run across before. Especially when we're taking, again, our old paintings, like so. And of course, I rolled over this with the stupid chair. But, yeah, that's, so that is, again, one of my old, one of my first original Celtic Goddess paintings. And now it's in 3D form. We've got the bust, we've got this, we've got a flat of it. Tone you down. Now let's get something much darker in these recesses here. So Voyeur, hopefully you've been able to do keep kind of going on with some painting stuff there too. There we are. That might need to be a little bit of dark in there. Come on. Okay, there we go. Extra bit of dark under there. Try to get a little more in here. And again, the goal for our stream later today would be looking for that somewhere around 10 p.m. Central start. That's much earlier than usual. Now, before you're sorry that that's never an easy thing, right, to do. Hopefully, all the card stuff is now much better. Because that is another one of those things that just kind of sneaks up on you and then really punches you in the face. Back to our still doing again some of the darker stuff here in our little patterns here. See, we got the shadow stuff there. So that would affect our pattern like so. Again, some darker stuff in the pattern there. Let me, here it is. I think that's a bit more of a, yes. All of this stuff is like super light over here. Also, something that's not quite that dark for the here. Now, I mean, it is in shadow, so not too much here. Let me do this now. Now that's more of our, we just kind of call that brush stroke maintenance right there. We're not really looking to add a bunch of paint. We're kind of taking paint that's there, maybe taking away some of the excess paint. That has a tendency to, again, kind of make it look like there's less brush strokes on there just because you don't have that weird little height difference between all the brush strokes anymore. And this going to have to be really the last highlights on the hair. If we go any later than that, that's going to be too much. Thanks for your the next one that we've got up is our Morrigan here. Again, I think we showed it just a little bit ago. We've got. I also have a bas relief for this too, but there's the figure, there's the bust, and of course we showed our Ariadne. So that's the so Morrigan. Well, obviously, I'm going to be doing multiple aspects of the Morrigan. All three aspects of the Morrigan. We also have, again, Ariadne. And just was working on the Branwyn sculpt. I don't know if I'll be doing a test. I'll see if I can do a test print overnight. No. Let me do that over here. Poof, there we are. There we go, some more of that. So it's not an issue of one side being like 9 out of 10 for goal kicking, the other side being 2 out of 10. It's the fact that one is 9 out of 10 and the other one is, well, inside 50 like 3 times. We'll see if Luke Beveridge has those in quarter or in halftime adjustments. Those seem to not be quite as nifty later on in the year. They, of course, too, they had all the injuries in the early part of the year. I haven't actually really seen any injury reports. All I know is that last year at this time there was just a whole long list of guys who weren't going to be able to play for a long time. Now we're getting just a couple of these longer strands in here. There we are. Maybe lighten this up a little here. I could do, yeah. A little extra right up there, and then maybe a little something here. Now a little extra there, and a little up there, and then a little more right there. There we are, yeah. And now we'll use some of this in. This again, a couple little, almost like dots of texture in there. Like so. Yeah, recoil just after so many seasons, but how many seasons of, well, everybody is injured. They got like half a team. I guess on the plus side, you should have lots of young players that you can plug in there, right, recoil? This is almost like our lightest skin tone right here. Come on. Yeah, there we go. See if we can manage the same deal over here, maybe. Now that might a little bit long there. There we go. Take some of that away. It's very weird recoil with, obviously the success that the Bears had this season. That sort of took away a little bit of the attention from, what the doggies were trying to put together for this year. Do I still? Oh, good. I still have a, well, not maybe as much as I thought of the fast matte white over here. We only need a little bit. That really is okay. Even that much right there. All right, that's our last bit of our white there. We're just gonna kind of throw that into some of the reddish petals here on the flowers. And yeah, we will tackle the bust version of this tomorrow. I'll try to have a few things that are ready to go just in case maybe we get a chance to go a little bit longer, something like that tomorrow. I mean, we were doing a couple of the Trench Crusade busts at a time. Oh, no, sorry, Byzantium Wars, right, Rico? Yes, we have to use that term now. That one recoil. The stickers are on their way. I think Monday is when they're supposed to. Well, a bunch of them are supposed to show up, and I think another batch on the 12th. Let me lighten you up some more, like you do there. Okay. And here. Now, who did they actually play their recoil again? I haven't looked at any schedules there. Recoil. I haven't even looked at any schedules, and of course, so recoil. Imagine, okay, they get English right to be a ruckman and everything, and he works out great. He's fabulous in the ruck, and then at age 27, he just retires suddenly, and you're like, wait, what just happened? Yeah, because that just happened, and that forced them out of the Max Crosby sweepstakes and into the, well, we're just going to get ourselves whatever kind of backup center we can find. Just sitting around out there. I'm going to darken that down. Now let's grab this. And now some of our violet over here. Yeah, that flower got a little bit weird there. A little weird. But now I do think well, gee whiz, it's after 5 here, and we've been doing this, well, for 5.5 hours. And we got air fryer stuff to do there. Recoil, we got ear fryer stuff to do. I am going to zoom out. There you go. You can see a little bit more of it right here. That was super fun. And again, this is what we're going to be tackling on our very next stream, which is just hours away. Yeah, so just hours away. So I do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations, like always. I want to say thanks for all the bits, subs, follows, cheers, also the raids. I'll try to get you some pictures there, Recoil, after the stream there, because there's another one of those originals I was telling you about. Yeah, there's another one of those that I gotta send you. It just, everything got kind of moved around real quick when my sister was coming here, so I'll try to find those for you. So I do want to say thanks again to everybody for being here, and well, 10 again, the target time is 10 Central to get to the bust version of this. So see you in a bit there, Rico. See you later there, Boyer, and see you later there, Sea Dragon. Appreciate you being here, of course. Raid countdown underway. There we go. And again, that's going to join our series of 72 mil figs. We're getting quite a collection of these, right? And thank you so much. We appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. See you later there, Mutu. Thank you so much.